Okay, I was waiting for you to start, but
I was waiting for you to start because I started last time. I was being respectful because I like to take turns, and I don't want to take all of the spotlight. Okay? I am
That's fine by me.
a
That's fine by
nice.
me.
I'd say nice little man. I wanted to say nice little man. That would be an illusion. I am very big, very wide now, and tall. So I'm just like Komamura, but not.
Okay, I was
with
gonna
all
say
the fur.
Kenpachi for some reason, but okay.
Actually, Kenpachi is like a way better example. I'm just like Kenpachi. I'm that cool. I'm that strong, guys, by the way.
All right, hello everybody. We're here for the last Bleach manga discussion. We're not done discussing works, like obviously we have Camp for Your Own World, and then the other. I guess we do have the the Bleach Hell one shot, but obviously, yeah, this is the end of the main Bleach manga. So yeah, which is it's cool. It's good. I guess that just to get a little warmed up. Do you have any preliminary thoughts having finished your reread of Bleach? I remember you already said that you're your top three is the big three, but now that you've finished it completely, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts, further feelings or thoughts?
So I don't recall if I said this last episode, but I will say, and it's really hard for me because I'm a very the most energetic I can get is two things. One is when I create a really cool idea in my own work. Second is when something in a story or a series of things hype me up about a story a lot. There's nothing comparable to the level of enthusiasm I can exude. So it could just be I'm overplaying it because of it's recent. I'm still engrossed in it. But I genuinely, I'd like to think that I'm accurate when I say I think Bleach might just be my favorite manga experience ever now.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah. I think it might just be my favorite manga. Because the experience...
Oh my god.
It is... There's nothing like the presentation Kubo has in black and white. Like the cinematic elements, the use of the colors... I don't know. Well, everything goes into it, even dialogue and the way he draws, the way he shades. It's, again, guys, this could be recency bias brain. I've done this before. But
I've done it too.
Fuck it. It's my favorite manga. That's not to say, because it's a weird, right? The big three.
I was about to,
I have One
go
Piece,
ahead.
Naruto, and then Bleach. But that's holistically. That's still the ranking. When I say manga, I just mean as a manga experience because I don't look at One Piece and Naruto as just manga. I look at them as stories. I look at them as also their anime counterparts are a lot better than Bleach's. So when it comes to the stories and how attached to them I am, it's still for me the shonen rankings are One Piece, Naruto, then Bleach. And mind you, this could change. I don't see Bleach eclipsing One Piece. But
no, the first thing I thought when you said that was my favorite story, period, is One Piece, right? So when you say, "Oh, Bleach is your favorite manga," but then of course immediately I thought because part of your enjoyment of One Piece is also going to be 10-15, right? Episodes,
100%.
maybe certain movies, even if they're anime original, I really like Film Red and Film 6 of Baron Matsuri,
exactly,
right?
Exactly. That's that's exactly how I think about it. Yeah. And even some Naruto movies too, and then the Naruto openings and endings, I think, the especially part 1 Naruto OST is all of this is encompassing my where I rank them on the quote unquote shonen rankings. But if we're just talking about manga, I think more than One Piece and Naruto both as a manga experience, I like Bleach the most.
Look. So to bring my perspective in, because Bleach is currently I've decided it's in my top 5 manga, period. Because where I sort of rank the series I choose, it's more so emotionally, I would say. And in that, I'd Bleach is an exception because emotionally, it's got a lot of great moments and it's got a lot of great character stuff. but like where like so part of the reason in my media thread on Twitter I chose a 2-page cover spread of the characters like in a library reading and stuff. Part of that was because the reason I chose to rank Bleach so highly is because as like part of the appreciation was from this sort of book club element I had going through it again, talking about it with you, talking about it with the comments. And that's been part of it since the beginning, because when I first read on the Nen Show, people were giving me these really interesting analyses and stuff, and that made me go like, huh. But like, it's just like on a technical level, in the art, in the writing, in the literacy, it's just so compelling to me. Like more so than like any other thing that I've read. And part of that is probably the combination of just my raw enjoyment of it because of, certain elements about it but also just like the fact that it's just so interesting to me. I just I even like normally I feel like when I go through a story nowadays, there's a part of me that's like, I got most out of it, but with Bleach, there's this like perception of just like there's always more. Like I think I even saw a tweet exchange with Radman and you, where he said that like he, as somewhat, you called him a kubologist, but like he's like, but you guys had so many observations on this podcast that I hadn't had before, right? And I don't think that takes away from his understanding of Bleach, because it's such a long story. There's always new things to find. Like I get that of One Piece too. Like as I would say, I probably mentioned this before, but I feel like even if I'm constantly also being shown new perspectives on One Piece. There's also maybe a bit of pride where it's like, yeah, but I feel like I kind of get it more. Like everyone, maybe. Like you're close. Like don't get me wrong, but there's just a part that's like that. But right, but like that doesn't I don't know. It's just like Bleach is really good. And it's phenomenal to me, and it's that the fact that I can still get more out of it, like that idea is, Bleach is very good. It's that good, and it's that interesting to me. So, yeah.
Yeah. The final thing I'll say is, no, I'll save that for the final bits of discussion. Actually, I think it fits better there. So. Okay. If you want, we can get started on the... I don't even have the comments pulled up, speaking of which.
You fool. No, it's fine.
I forgot. What can I say?
So yeah, we got quite a few comments. Let's see. Who do we start with? So McPix mentions there is apparently... It was stated, Kubo outside, I'm not sure what that is, but I'm very glad that you included a source. I mean, links are hard. Titania had some issue with that and some other comments, but the reason, basically, Zangetsu's name was blotted out by Ichibei. Like you mentioned the shadow, but it's apparently was Ichibei's ink. So he's covering up, I guess, the fact, like, which would imply to me that he said, I'm Yhwach, right? Like, and Ichibei didn't want Ichigo to know that name. Because names are important. Interesting. I didn't know that, and so it's really cool to know.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. So I just interpreted it as like since
the Quincy shadow, of course.
Ichigo didn't know his origin, it was still blotched out by the Quincy shadow, right? Like that's how but yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I see you, Kubo. I see you. Cool stuff there. I do want to say that Askin went fucking off. Well, as per usual, but this time I found it even more intriguing than the other times. And admittedly, Askin, there's a little bit too much to comment on most of these things, like in quick succession, just for the sake of time, because I will say this is going to be a long episode, so we probably want to move it along. I did read, well, both me and Kraus, we read all the comments right before we go on, at least. And I do want to note something that I was actually already thinking about. I think actually in last reading I was thinking about, I just didn't jot it down. Either that or I was thinking about it this time. I didn't jot it down either, because I remember thinking, I was like, if like there was going to be a replacement for any of the Squad Zero, who would take the mantle? And I was like, it has to be Urahara. It has to be. So it ties into what I was already thinking, but you go really in depth specifically on him kind of hitting the mark on every one of the Squad Zero's categories. and creating something within their domain. But to me, when I was thinking about it, I was thinking about the one thing he created that was all his own. He created something unique that completely dispelled the boundary between Soul Reaper and Hollow. The Hogyoku is like, it's a transcendental object, right? It's a crazy invention. And he could have done a lot of things with that, but and I don't know if I've actually gotten into this before in a previous podcast, but his fear disallowed him from that. No, I think I do, because I think in that discussion about Urahara and Aizen, I talk about how because he feared it, Aizen was able to take hold of it and create much more fear.
Yes.
And spread it around, right? If he had the courage to hold it and do something productive with it, that Aizen would have never put it in his grasp, right? So yeah, like, it goes into all that, but yeah, I was thinking more on those lines, but I love how you said about how you can literally, all of his inventions, because it's a part of this too, all of his inventions tied to all the different Squad Zero members. I hadn't thought of that, which is really, really fucking cool, so.
Yeah, no, I also really like the Urahara and Squad Zero discussion. Also the breakdown of Old Man Zangetsu and Hollow, the White Shiro, was also really helpful. Just putting it all together, and just very appreciated. I very much appreciate it. Oh, also Taco mentioned the 1,000-Year Blood War anime, which you've brought up a couple times, and I'm definitely interested in checking it out, because like we also just mentioned how like the Naruto and One Piece anime are part of your enjoyment of Naruto and One Piece, and that's I mentioned before, I do want to have watched like all the big 3 anime adaptations at some point. So I will hopefully if not like after it ends, like maybe sometime before, watch all of Bleach and the 1,000-Year Blood War. But I gotta finish catching up to One Piece first. So yeah. And then Titania had a bunch of comments. Also
like
appreciated,
last time, Epic Titania,
including a full set of timestamps,
which is really nice. Thank you.
Titania. Because especially if we want to reference this discussion, or like go back and we could use that and get like we could it's and I imagine that you also wrote them down because they were helpful things to you, or in some cases because you thought they were funny. Like HotBoySpicy asked Kraftsdorf about see Astra's cock, I don't actually remember what that was about.
I think that's in reference to. Oh yeah, no, that's the meme where everyone was putting. I think at least in the anime, it originates from I think the. Thanos cock. It was literally called Thanos cock. And then people started doing that. I think it first inserted itself in One Piece with Ace's death. Instead of Akainu putting a hole through him, it was like Thanos' cock going through him. So, and then like it permeated throughout everywhere. There was a big Whitebeard meme where it's like, can we get much higher? And it was literally just Whitebeard with a big cock. Anyway.
Oh my god.
And then that one was a big prevalent one in the anime manga community, that specific Ichigo pen. But it's memes.
Anyway, so you were correct, at least in there is a connection. There's more, but yeah, Urza was part of why she led to her picking the name Titania. She also brought up, I guess, how names are important in like Fae mythology, which I don't know if that specifically connects to Bleach, but it's just an interesting other example of names being important. Though I guess that Titania is also a fairy-based name, so I guess I thought of it in that way too. She also had a really big write-up on, I guess, some thoughts on the sexism, like 2 whole comments. And I don't think I'm going to go like point by point and respond to it, because again, we kind of want to move on. But I will say that like, as someone who eventually wants to make a video or videos in some way tackling like female characters in shonen, I think it's very helpful to have this comment, and I'll probably be referring back to it. I'm trying to think if I have any. Go ahead.
Well, the Titania comment I wanted to talk about is the Uryu arrow controversy.
Yes, I was going to bring that up.
Because it's funny, because I have a whole video tackling the Aang versus Ozai stuff. Well, it's literally, I call it like Aang versus Ozai, but it's literally a video that goes into the theme of the entire series. It's a series wide analysis in like 14 minutes or whatever, maybe even less. I don't know. It's a short video, but I only call it Aang versus Ozai, and really only like the final 5 minutes I'm talking about Aang versus Ozai. So yeah, I'm like, that conclusion is really, it holds a special place in my heart. I love it, and it is similar, and I see why he says it's similar. It's a power that you could argue comes out of nowhere, but I think given the symbolic and the narrative context, I think enriches it, and the fact that it does kind of come out of nowhere actually bolsters how I feel about it. For Atla, it runs along the theme of Aang shaping his own destiny, and in Bleach, more relevant. I don't know if I want to get into this now or if I want to talk about this later. I'm kind of conflicted there. We'll touch on it. We'll touch on it later. We'll get to the Silver Arrow stuff.
Well, yeah, but I was also going to say, because she also mentions, like, she prefers the idea of Ruki with Ichigo. And I'm fine with that. Like, ship to your heart's content. I'm very pro, like, fan fiction, pro fans iterating on things. I'm less so a fan of, like, but, like, and that's not what she's doing, because a lot of people are angry at shippers because they get toxic about it, and they think that the author's a hack because their pairing didn't go through. I've seen Bleach analyses like that, and that's a shame. But I guess just suggestion as far as the side material goes, like, potentially there's the We Do Not Always Love You novel, which, as we've talked about it before, it focuses heavily on Ruki and Renji's wedding, and there's also a Ichigo, like there's a level of support they're giving for Ichigo and Orihime. So not that it's like, oh, this is going to change your mind, but I guess more that, like, the romance is not a major aspect of Bleach, but this novel, like, gives more of that. So it's more of like, if you like these characters and you do want to see the romance explored, maybe try this novel, right? But again, that doesn't give you what you want of these specific characters being together. It's just more like, this exists, maybe that interests you, maybe check it out. So I just wanted to share that. And then did I have anything more to say? Yeah, I will also talk about the arrow, because I guess to just broadly give my response regarding the arrow and the fire, the spirit bending in Avatar, or the Joseph's Adventure, the fucking Joseph's hand coming out of fucking nowhere and hitting cars in the throat, is like, I think this is me maybe being biased towards art, and especially, like, just ideas and, thematics and meaning more specifically. Like, part of the reason I like and connect to art is because I find meaning in it, and even just the fact that it exists. So, like, if you could justify something through meaning, I will be more willing to be, like, okay with it, I think, or even just like it. And I definitely think there's a lot of meaning in the Silver Quincy arrow, but we will discuss that when he gets it. So yeah. Okay. So, I think that does it for the comments. Yeah. I don't remember any other specific ones that I wanted to discuss.
Yeah, let me double check. Yeah, no. Yeah,
okay.
We can move on.
Before we get to discussion, though, I do have something I wrote down ages ago that I've been meaning to, like, hey, like, because sometimes when I'm editing the podcast, I'll get other thoughts, and I'll want to share those thoughts. But I haven't. So basically, this goes back to the Fullbring discussion with chocolate and sweets with Ichigo. As I've heard, in Japan, because Japanese diets don't have as much sugar as American diets, which you can't really connect to because you don't eat a higher sugar diet, from what I've heard. But I'm sure you're at least aware, right, of just what Americans tend to eat. So as I've heard, is basically men or older boys tend to not like sweets as much, or even dislike them, so they're generally seen as something childish or feminine. So that's why Ichigo, as a very tough, like, nearly an adult young man, basically saying he still likes chocolate, that's something that would be perceived as childish, which ties into the fact that it is, it's basically just, there's a little cultural added context to what we are already discussing back in the Fullbring arc as to what the chocolate, signified. There's people in the background talking. I thought you walked away for a second.
No, yeah. Guys, we'll keep recording. unfortunately, like I do have roommates, and I don't have good relations with 2 out of 3 of them, and the 2 that I don't have a really good relation with are talking right now. So I can't really tell them to quiet down because it's going to cause a big argument. And so I'm going to defer to apologizing. If there's some background noise, it's on my end. Can't do much about it, but I will be moving in soonish. So it's not going to be a problem for too much longer. So I do apologize if you hear that.
Yeah, and I'll be able to edit some of it out, so all good. The other thing I just wanted more of just another, just like I guess psychological mythological connection, but and a religious one, because I've probably talked about Gnosticism, the religion, and how it frames God as like a controlling parent figure meant to be overcome, which ties into Yorubaha. But there's also the Oedipus complex, I guess, which is more of a psychological thing of just like, having combativeness with the father and affection for the mother, people who are like the mother, and that time I don't know, I just remember associating that with Ichigo because, like, I mean, aside from a father figure literally being the main antagonist of the series, and there's some headbutting between Ichigo and Ishin, even though obviously it's a very they love each other at the end of the day, right? But then I also wanted to just bring up how, like, Masaki looks kind of, she if there's a main character in Bleach she resembles, it's Orihime, right? So it's like, but I guess I also, while I was editing that part of the discussion, I also thought about how Naruto's a little interesting in that way, because the main antagonist in Naruto is Kaguya, still a controlling parent figure, but not specifically a father figure. And Kushina, if she resembles a main character in Naruto, it's Sakura, even though Naruto gets with Hinata. So I was just thinking, like, it's a little interesting that Naruto is different in that way, where Bleach isn't. So I don't know, just random association. Yeah. Okay, we can talk about Bleach now.
All right. So we start off with zombie.
Yes, we're still in the Gazelle. Yes. Hitsugaya and all that.
Hitsugaya is Hitsugaya, I should say in Japanese. Is a lit mofo when he's dark-skinned and zombified. He seems even more effective than he did before. Holy shit.
And of course, I love Kurt's just having an answer for everything, because he's, he had time. He's always observing. He's always trying to figure shit out, and he's just a great piece of shit, and I love him.
I don't know. Did I write any? I don't think I wrote any notes.
Oh, I was going to say one thing I noticed about, because Yumi Chika was about to fight, before he got cut down by Hitsugaya, I noticed that he said Ruriro, which is that's the true name of his sword. So he wasn't going. So I just realized how, like, I guess Yumi Chika's changed in a small way, because the last time we saw him fight, he fought Charlotte and he hid away his true nature, which I just talked about him sort of being a effeminate man in the manliest squad, kind of hiding away his true self. And now, but here in this situation, he's not able to, but he's willing to reveal that true self in the open, in public, and go against the Squad 11 thing of, like, we only use swords with, like, physical release Shikai that don't have special powers and whatnot. So because I don't know, he's fighting Hitsugaya, it's more dangerous. But I just thought it was, like, interesting. It's like, hey, this is a little different than his established character, but he did try to do it. So
no, interesting. I'm so sorry, Crafts. I was
no,
not.
I hear it.
I was not. I said interesting, but that was me coming up with a bot phrase to respond to you, because I did not listen to a word of that. But the viewers did. So there you go.
Okay. Yeah.
They're being even louder. I'm like,
no, I can hear them. I understand. The TDLR is Yuvichika used his true release Shikai that he previously hid away, but he was trying to before Hitsugaya cut him down. I just thought it was interesting, because he's not hiding away anymore, but he also got cut down before he could use it. So
nice.
But yeah, I'm not sure how much else I have to say about this segment in particular, aside from Kurasuchi's piece of shit, and I love him.
yeah, I don't have anything interesting to say. I didn't take any notes on it. I'm looking through it now. trying to recall if I thought of anything.
Oh, I guess it's pretty short actually. Before we get to Pepe, the
Yeah, that's true.
love man, which I also don't have that much to say about it, but I have some to say about it.
Oh, you do? Interesting. Yeah, because I have nothing on him either. Apparently, I hated everything about this part because I didn't write shit.
I mean, he is like definitely like a bit gross with just like the expressions he makes and just the way he he uses love as control, but the way again, referring to the religious allegory, is like the Christian God is very much about like, unconditional love of his creations, humanity. But Pepe's love is very much like corrupted. Like it is very conditional, I guess. It's more like, or what did I write? Because or I will not tolerate you not loving me. Yeah, just he's a piece of shit. And yeah, they of course Karasuchi, his zombies have no need for love, and he's being a little because of course he himself, maybe love is a bit strong, but he has, as we come to see, he does have positive feelings, towards Nemu, yeah, basically Kurasuchi being an evil, being a villain, is it what and also the fact that Pepe acts the way he does. Lil Toto just fucking there's no mutual love among the Quincy's either, I suppose. Yeah, get fucked, it asshole.
Yeah, so of course it'd be a toxic love, and Mayuri playing the villain just like Renji did. Play the villain, the opposite of the song title and Guilty Gear Strive from our boy. I'm going blank on his name, but you guys know him. That song, it's a cool song. Anyway, play Guilty Gear Strive, guys. It's a fun game. Yeah, I don't have any more to say on this guy.
That's fair.
Then again, this whole section of 1,000 Year Blood War is like one of the weakest sections of the Bleach story for me personally. I think the only thing that I really like, that really engaged me as much as the rest of this arc and the stuff that preceded it, like in the first part, like the first invasion, is the Rukia and Renji stuff. And then also the little bit of Byakuya we got. And then the Ichigo Uryu that we see at the end there before Yhwach gets up to Ryoku. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. And then I guess there's the moment too with Ichigo and Kenpachi that I really enjoyed. Everything else, it's all right.
I don't really have much to say until we get to the Ichibei fight, I guess. Because we get the wind, who gets destroyed by one of the Squad Zero, whose name is really hard to say for me or remember for me. There's some gags with Ganju, and that's neat because Ganju is a character we really haven't seen since Soul Society. So him being back in a little dynamic, because he was basically he was a pretty notable supporting character in Soul Society. So I don't know, just neat. He's silly,
just like Kon was in Substitute Shinigami, and he returns here and there, and that he comes to remind us that he could have been a more prevalent character, but the editors probably told Kubo, "Hey, bro, fuck Kon." Fuck the editors, what I'm trying to say. Kon based. He should have been in every arc, interrupting many serious moments. That's what I think.
God, I just imagine him busting in on like Ulquiorra dying at the end of the Ichigo versus Ulquiorra, and then Colin just comes in. Just what a piece of shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I actually just scrolled up on my notes, and I think this is the first time I actually make a note. Oh no!
Yay! Go for it, because I'm just scrolling through the Squad Zero fighting.
I gotta find it now because Oh yeah, okay. Well, no, I actually start on the Yhwach and Ichibei fight. So if you want to talk about anything, that.
I mean, I really like. The art gasp. Like Ichibei has the fucking like cold expressions, and of course when he loses the pupils in his eyes. And just like the way that obviously it's a manga. It has to use black and white by necessity, but I do think Kubo's really good at because there's a lot of strong contrast, I guess, but with just solid whites and solid blacks. As I'm scrolling through and just using the I don't know, having literally what manga's drawn in ink, so using ink in with his powers is just, it's neat. It's fitting, I guess.
Of course, yeah.
You go ahead and say something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Yhwach sacrificing Quincy's to raise the royal guard, Quincy's from the dead, I immediately think Dark Jesus, Jesus rising from the
yes.
dead. And then, but Yhwach sacrificing other Quincy's to sacrifice his, immediate, his royal guard, I think is what they're referred to as.
Yes, you're right. Thank
it's
you.
Very, Jesus-esque, but it's, very, very dark connotations. And I found that amusing when I was reading that part right before he gets into the fight with Ichibei. That's all I really got to say about that. I mean, I'm sure you can. The problem is I'm just not well informed about any religion in general to expand on it more.
Yeah, that's fair.
More than aesthetically. So.
Well, I mean, it does. So, in Revelations, which is basically the apocalypse as in the Bible, it basically, the chosen humans go to move on to heaven. Like, I think it was 100,000, and the others are forced to stay on Earth as it's basically turned to shit. So they're being God's chosen and God's forsaken is very and that's also just a part of just fear of God in general. Because you want to be a devout Christian so that you can have the chance to go on, properly when the end happens. Or make sure to go to heaven. So being chosen by God, in this case Yhwach, is very fucking important. And of course, but he's also, completely sacrificing those he leaves behind. Though of course there's also just I thought it was interesting how, because when he unlocks his Almighty, they mentioned how he needed time for his powers to stew so that he could, because if he used his powers, he could use his powers beforehand, but it would have killed the Quincy's basically, or affected them as well. And I just thought it was interesting that on one hand he does with one hand he gives and the other he takes, you could say, where he because in this case he's he could just kill all the Quincy's and take all of their power and be even stronger, but he does want the army, he does want followers, and because he doesn't like conflict and violence as he claims. So there's an instance of where it's he's holding himself back and putting himself at risk because he wants his followers,
That's thank you for that elaboration. That did a lot more for my one aesthetic observation. And another aesthetic observation. This one merely aesthetic. I fucking love this line. Okay. You say my name so lightly. Don't blame me if you lose your voice. Peak fiction. Okay.
Yes.
Before that, though, I will say, I think I've discussed it with you before, Crafts. The Squad Zero performance here, I remember, because in the 1,000 Year Blood War, I was reading week to week as a young lad. Remember next to none of it. But I do remember the discourse on this was people damn, Squad Zero are really just they were there to just get defeated, essentially. They'll teach you go train a little bit, but they had no showing. I will say, Kubo took that shit to heart because the anime has already done did a really, really, really cool change in this section. So
you kind of alluded to it before. Or no, you just straight up mentioned that they had a better showing. That's cool. Because I think they showed off some cool powers, but obviously, at the end of the day, they're here to show off, or at least in the manga, they're there to show off, the Royal Guard, the actual final antagonists of the manga, right? So, which it's very shonen. That's just how the genre works in a sense of or just storytelling in general. You want to show off how strong your I'll talk about jobbers later. And then
also not to mention I'm sure Kubo's original intent, because knowing what I know now after talking to so much around, I know a lot of what was going into Kubo on this final stretch on his side and in the real world. He really had to pick and choose what he wanted. His original intention was probably to give Squad Zero more of a battle here. He just couldn't, right? So he said, okay, what matters the most here is Ichibei's fight with Yhwach, which is pretty extensive. But everything else outside of it doesn't matter as much. So, it's got to be pretty brief. Got to make a point here and got to move on to focusing on Ichibei versus Yhwach because, he was consistently getting sick. Shonen Jump gave him a deal. They're hey, listen, you got to complete it in this amount of time. And then you can be relieved
I'm pretty sure he was given as much time as he wanted, but
no,
he
was
still
given
chose,
as much time as
oh.
he. From what I understand, he was given as much time as he wanted. The problem is like
gotcha.
he wanted to just quit. He wanted to just
gotcha.
pause for a long, like potentially a very long time. And Shonen Jump was like, "Hey, please do not do that. Do not do that." So then they were like, "Okay, how about this? Like, can you feasibly, they worked it out. Can you feasibly do it?" And this time Kubo was like, I could, but I'm gonna have to like change around some stuff and abridge a lot. And eventually they both came on there. It was a mutual thing. They both were like, I'm cool doing that. Yeah, it wasn't like he was boxed in.
I have a couple links regarding like interviews, or not maybe less interviews, but more just quotes regarding Kubo in the ending. But if you happen to have any, or you can send them to me later.
Yeah, maybe.
That'd be...
Mind you, this is secondhand information from Ramian, and it could be I'm botching. That's I mean, conversation with him.
Yeah, no. That's well and all. Like, because I definitely just think, especially because there's a lot of instances of misinformation being spread around as well. So, not that like I just for certain claim, and I'm not that I'm perfect about it either.
It could just be we don't know the actual extent, like the full extent.
And that's true for a lot of what goes on behind Jump stores. Like people love to bring up like the ranking system, but their actual ranking system is the table of contents, and the table of contents is not and never has been a ranking of Jump manga or how they're doing in the magazine. Just people, I don't know. Because I'm just going off what I remembered from those two links that I had, but if anyone has any more information, I'd love to hear it. But I mean that sounds sensible, but so thank you. I also like just the powers of Ichibei being able to like rename Yorubaha and he turns him into an ant, and then he crushes him, right? Like, and I don't know, it's just crazy shit, and I love it. And of course, Yuhabaha awakening the Almighty, and God, the fucking death knell.
It's a really, really cool fight, and of course, we got the equally cool intermission of the swag-tastic duo of Ukitake and Shunsui. Where Ukitake has a pretty cool line. I don't know if they're broken, we'll just fix them, in reference to the buildings and the structures in the Soul Society. Yes. And he's getting ready to replace. We already see he's getting ready to replace the Soul King by using his right arm.
Yes.
So that's lit. I'm imagining there's more mechanics going into this that I just did not decipher on my read. I didn't write anything about it. I was just like, he can somehow replace it using a part of the Soul King. Since he has a part of the Soul King, that enough can maintain the balance of the three worlds. Having that there to replace it.
Because they later we see Kurasuchi was researching, and the left hand means progress and the right hand is stillness, right? So I brought up the sort of thematic connection of like. Ukitake, by using the right hand to contain the Soul King, or to become the Soul King, he's making it still, right? Like he's avoiding change. That's part of it. So I guess another thing I wanted to bring up about the way that because Yobaha also because that happens. First you have Ichigo being sort of a slave to his blood in a sense, where he cuts down the Soul King, and then you have Ukitake does takes the Soul King place, and then Yobaha decides to unite with the Soul King so that he can enact a scheme, because originally he was just going to kill the Soul King and that would undo everything, but instead he had to take the place and unite with him totally. And that's kind of interesting because it's a very direct that's another religion reference, because I'm sure you've heard of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right?
Of course, yeah.
Right, so the Father is the Reo, the Son is Yobaha, and the Holy Spirit is the Almighty, because he's got more stuff going on there. And they're distinct from each other, but they also become the same being. And I don't know if there's anything more meaningful to gather from that. But once I realized that myself before, because I don't remember being told that by anyone, but I just remember thinking about that. It's like, fuck, like it's just an interesting little thing that happens to be referent to the actual like Christian mythology. Again, I don't know how that's meaningful aside from just being a reference, but it's interesting because like that's like it's just such a like to portray that actual religious concept in this way through this fictional story, like just so subtly. Again, like there's never anything. It's like if there's a connection between like the son and the father, I guess, like because but like then oh yeah, I guess no, the Almighty would be the Holy Spirit, I guess, question mark. And it just I don't know, it's interesting.
Yeah, I wish I knew more to expand on that.
That's because that's the thing. Like, if we now, like, the next time we read Bleach, we're gonna like, the meme image of it's like required reading for Hunter x Hunter, and it's got like the Bible, and it's got like a bunch of like literature and philosophy, and then the other side of it is like required reading for One Piece and Dragon Ball, and it's like, how to read shapes or something like that. Like it's like literal baby shape. And like I don't know. But like Bleach is actually like that name kind of not. It's not like it's required, but it definitely is like again, if you want to go more into it, like learning all the Buddhism and the Christianity and all these other like references, and to get all these references and allusions and maybe draw more out of the story for it. It's really neat. Nietzsche philosophy is also big for Aizen, of course. But yeah, it's really neat.
Yeah. Very, very cool. There's symbolism riddled all through, and I think even more. It's just jam packed in this final stretch. I mean, I have some notes on it as well, especially later on, but we'll hopefully get to that.
Okay, sorry about that. We took a little break. But to get right back into the discussion, we were talking about the Yhwach having Ichigo cut down the Soul King and Ukitake sacrificing himself to stop it from basically Yhwach from succeeding. Did you have any more to say on that?
No. Like I said, I wish I did, but that's what another read through before, as you mentioned.
Oh, so. Actually, I guess I did have one thing to notice because there's just this general like recurring phrase of like everything for the the Seirete, and I was just thinking about how it's like, again the biggest distinction between the Quincy's and the Soul Reapers is that the Quincy's are afraid of death and the Soul Reapers accept death, and so here you have Ukitake sacrificing himself to literally stop Yhwach, right? And so, like that's something I don't really think any of the Quincy's do. Like they're very much trying to avoid death.
Try to hide away from Yhwach, sacrificing them, for his plan and for his sake.
Right. Like later when he does the consecration, the one Quincy in the glasses is like freaking out before he gets turned into a skeleton. Right. Yeah. So,
and not only that, but they're like bitter. A lot of them are very bitter toward Yhwach. For what he's doing, whereas like someone like Ukitake is like, this is what I want to do for the Soul Society. So yeah, it is interesting now that you mention it.
Yeah. Moving on, we get to I was asked about it. And it's like, did my like feelings on the arc rankings change, or did my favorite characters change? Because before it's like I just liked so many characters in Bleach, it was hard to pick a favorite. Now I definitely have a favorite. It's fucking Aizen. No surprise. Like, I'm going to have 2 videos on this motherfucker. And I think what really tipped me over is just, like, every fucking moment he gets in this arc, like, from this point on, he's just so fucking cool and sexy and awesome, and he's just like love not even just because I'm big brained and I understand Aizen, nobody else obviously I find him really fucking interesting, of course, but also he's just like the fucking aura, the swagger, I guess, his just demeanor is just like he's so fucking good.
Believe it or not, in terms of favorite characters, I don't have an immediate answer. I'm gonna have to reflect on that for a little bit.
Yeah, you're kind of where I've been at for so long with Bleach, because it just has so many good fucking characters. It's hard to pick, but I think at this point it's Aizen. I love him so much.
Is especially very difficult for me right now. I don't know whether to say he's top 5 or clearly not top 5. He's very elusive for me. I understand him, at least. general. I mean, I literally I spoiled a lot of what I could have said this last episode. I talked a lot about Yhwach last episode, and I'm not going to recover what I've already stated, but a lot of the stuff I said is turned out to be very accurate to what leads up. I still have a lot more to say. Well, not necessarily a lot more, but I have more to say on him. But yeah, I mean, it's not. I don't think it comes from like a fundamental lack of understanding. Albeit, I'm sure there are plenty of things I don't notice about the character that could help me. He's just weird. I definitely don't like him as much as Aizen. In terms of like but that's holistically. But as a villain, as an antagonist, do I like him as much as Aizen? That's, I think, a better question.
Fair. That's fair to think.
And
yeah,
I actually don't know. I'd have to think about that too. Yeah, it's just it's kind of everywhere for me right now. But one thing I can say is like I probably have a top 5. I just don't know the arrangement right now.
Yeah, well, I don't know. The way you say, like, you talk about Yhwach kind of, just to tangent a little bit, just reminds me of, like, because Alexander just put out a video on Kaido. You have a video on Kaido, right? Like, I imagine both of you would say he's, like, your favorite antagonist in One Piece, right?
I mean, I lie in my video, Ted. I think I literally call him the best villain. On reread, I literally have never reread Wano. I've only gone through it week by week. I was a fraud when I made most of my Wano videos, but if I reread, he'd probably be my favorite antagonist. He's my second favorite currently.
Gotcha.
Has held the reins for forever for me.
Gotcha. Because for me, like, I don't know, think about Kaido, because, like, you've seen my video. You know that I, like, understand Kaido's character, but, like, emotionally, like, I do not, like, love him the same way I like several other One Piece antagonists. So, I don't know, the way you talked about Yhwach kind of made me feel that way, where it's like, yeah, I get Kaido, you get Yhwach, but that doesn't mean he's suddenly, like, emotionally, like, you feel like, yeah, this character is really fucking good, and I love them as an antagonist.
For me, Aizen right away, I'm like, oh yeah, baby, oh yeah, that's my guy. He very well might end up also being my number 1. It's a huge toss up right now.
God, later on when he meets you up behind, he's like, "Welcome to my soul society." Like, how do you have so much fucking? Let's just drip.
Yeah,
people won't say that anymore. But holy fuck!
The problem with this episode too is I said so much on Aizen a couple episodes ago. Still during Arrancar, I even talked. I had a whole analysis based on that line. So I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna be able to talk about that now. But that's fine.
You can give a Cliff Notes version. So yeah.
I'm not gonna cover. I mean, if you guys want to, if you guys are skipping around, go back to one of the. I think it's literally the last Arrancar episode we had. I literally talk about Aizen and
and everything. To summarize,
And surprisingly, I was 100% accurate. Like I remembered so little, but I remembered that line. And I remembered enough to be able to get. And I was right. Okay.
Aizen, by being the conflict for Soul Society, helped shape it to its current form. Right. I do think it's a little bit like arrogant to say it's his, because obviously, like, if it's anyone's Soul Society, it's Ichigo's, right? Like, Ichigo's really the catalyst for change, but it's not like Aizen was necessary for that. Everyone was necessary, right? But anyway,
but even that, I take as like I take as looking at Ichigo on an even level, because Aizen. Probably acknowledges as such, but because he does, he's like now what he's like. Ooh, someone's. But now I have like a little rivalry. It's my soul study. It's not yours, Ichigo. It's mine. It's kind of, I see it that way. It's almost like in a weird way. It's kind of paying respects to Ichigo, because I'm sure Aizen knows that. But it's just like, well, Ichigo, I'm gonna end up being better than you, and it's my soul society kind of thing. Like, it's like he can do that now. He can have that back and forth with Ichigo, because he truly sees. You see that especially by one of the final chapters when they're fighting Yhwach. It very much looks like this is the one guy Aizen can look to fondly. God. She's never been able to experience before. So,
but I guess to pull it back, a little moment I like here is when there's the Muken key that Kyoraku needed. Like, he buried it into his body because basically, like, if you want to get out, you have to kill me. And the way that Aizen reacts isn't like, oh, I could just do that. It's like, oh, those 46 fuckers thought that I would kill to get out of here. Like, they think so little of me, right? Like, they don't understand him whatsoever, right? And because, like, no, he's not interested in killing Kyoraku. Like, he's the leader, he's the one in charge, but, like, for him, Yamamoto was this symbolic, leader of Soul Society that he did want to kill, right? And I think he was even the only one specifically that Aizen was like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill you. At least until he got to the Ryokyu, the Soul King Palace. But I don't know, just a little moment of just Aizen, being unhappy about not being understood. And obviously Kyoraku, like, the conversation he has after the fact of like, yeah, I'm willing to, work with evil to defeat evil. Let's talk about that after we win, right? Like,
Yeah. Uh, in regards to talking more about the Yhwach and Ichibei fight, though.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
There is some really cool dialogue. At one point, Ichibei, I have not found the specific panel, but at one point, Ichibei during the fight says, "Then again, honor means nothing once you're dead." I find that really interesting that the leader of the Soul Reapers is saying this.
Mm-hmm. I guess, and you can even think about it as that's because if anything, I think like the characters finding meaning in death or sacrificing themselves, right? Like with Ukitake, he literally, like, right after that, he sacrifices himself, and he's the reason that they don't just lose on the spot, right? Like, is that not meaningful? Like, does his honor mean nothing in death, right? Like, so I don't know.
It's really interesting. I didn't really expand on it in my notes that much, but another thing I'll point out is, I think this is when he's describing his Bankai. He says, all the black in this world becomes mine. And I find that really interesting because I immediately think about the final battle with Yhwach and how, like, he's making everything black. Like, he's, like, expanding his dark body around in the environment. And he is essentially making everything black. And I don't know, to me, that's kind of like a testament to, like, combatively, Ichibei stood at the pinnacle. And he everything, he controlled everything that was black. Well, now Yhwach is controlling things, like his power is just black, right? And he's going around everywhere with it. So I see that as like kind of like I have far surpassed you, kind of like I am the pinnacle of power now, right? And in all the three worlds, kind of thing. That is just a cool thought, but nothing too insane there. I do mention when Yhwach finally regains his almighty power and gets his foresight back. I say Yhwach's eyes become fully open. In other words, he's finally completely resurrected. Hoshwell says the time of their 100-year prayer to be answered has come. All of this painting Yhwach as some, like, Jesus Christ-like figure or God-like figure, very much. Kubo really dives into, like, that Christian symbolism.
Yes, well, it's even reflected in his design. I think the fact that he has facial hair and long hair is very much, he's meant to be evocative. Like I mentioned, he's the son and the father, right? Like, so he's definitely, I think it's meant to evoke Jesus Christ in some way, right? Like. Yeah. Obviously, like, he's like a sort of like he's a corrupted basically Aizen himself failed to evoke all of Nietzsche's ideals because he became reliant on the Hogyoku, where Nietzsche notes that, like, you can't become overly reliant on something like a god, like against Christianity, like a god, right? And then where Yhwach, I'd also say, I'm not sure I've been able to frame exactly how, because again I'm not super familiar with Christianity, but I definitely don't think and he's definitely, like, or maybe it's even in, like, just the god, I don't know, the fact that he does kill so many of his followers, but, like, they're both, like, they're not perfect in their ideals, I guess, because Bleach is also partly about understanding, and the characters just, like, reaching a better state with their personal ideals and their personal values. So it makes sense that the antagonists, like, have flaw. Like, of course, with Yhwach, it's his fear of death, right? So yeah, hopefully that made sense.
No, it does. Also, yeah, I wrote a lot more about this fight than I thought. I quoted another line, and I actually did find it. It's right in front of me. Ichibei says, "These are graves dedicated to you, built from the night stolen from the Soul Society 100 years from now. They will soak up even the black you wear, turn your blood, flesh, and bones black, and return them to nothingness." And then this is the most interesting part. "Not even rebirth will be tolerated." Again, coming from, like, the head of the Soul Reapers.
Yes.
It's a very interesting statement. because that is very synonymous with what it seemed like practically Yhwach was trying to do for the world. What Ichibei, I guess you could look at it this way: Ichibei sees it as a negative thing. Therefore, he sees it as a punishment for Yhwach. Or Yhwach, that nothingness, because what is the absence of life and death, or rather life and death amalgamating together, if not something, eternal, like nothingness? I can't really conceptualize life and death combining or not being relevant anymore. So I kind of see it as akin to nothingness. So I see this line as like Ichibei is like, aha, yes, Yhwach, you will insert a realm that's like this. Isn't that so bad? And I look at it from Yhwach's perspective, and he's like, no, that's actually what I want, kind of thing, right? So it's like Ichibei is already on the wrong foot in how to solve and how to end this fight, if that makes sense. Like it's to you, he's talking to a man he does not understand. Obviously, he doesn't understand what Yhwach is trying to do. Otherwise, I don't think he would say this. But again, I might just be thinking a little bit too much. I might be reading a little bit too much in the dialogue. I don't know. You guys tell me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd love. I'm always looking forward because we'll be able to reply to the comments on this episode in the Can't Fear Your Own World. Though I imagine they're going to slow down just because, Bleach is a 74-volume story with a lot of history and discussion about it. Where Can't Fear Your Own World, I mean, I'd love for people to read it along with us and comment, but it's definitely going to for me, it's going to be the first time reading it, so there's also inherently going to be a hedging for spoilers that we haven't had to worry about thus far. I mean, I know some things about Can't Fear Your Own World, but they tend to already revolve around characters we know, and I know jack shit about the Can't Fear Your Own World exclusive original characters. So
I don't know either.
But anyway, do you have more to say about the Ichibei and stuff? Because I am at the some more of the Yhwach and Ichigo stuff a little later. That's what I want to talk about next, rather, or have to talk about next.
Sorry, what do you have to talk about next?
It's after Ukitake sacrifices himself and Aizen has his first conversation with Kyoraku with Ichigo and Urahara.
Gotcha.
So anything you have to say up to that point, go ahead, and then I'll jump in.
I do have a little bit more, just a little bit more, two little things.
No, yeah, everything, anything.
Okay, I don't know the context for this note, so I'm gonna actually just skip it for now. So I may be overthinking this, but in the beginning of chapter 614, it's from the perspective of Yhwach in the panel. He's looking at Ichigo and everyone that's around Ichigo. They're here to stop him from slaying Ryo. And only Ichigo's face is drawn in this panel. And everyone else has blank faces, like they don't have any features. It's just like a smooth face. You could see, I was looking at this panel, I was like, I could see Kubo just not wanting to draw everyone's faces and not put in the details. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna think a little bit too much about this. So this kind of goes with him only referring to Ichigo too. In the previous chapter, he's only talking to Ichigo. So maybe this means he
only sees Ichigo
as an actual threat, and that's the only one in his line of sight. Because so everyone else essentially may as well not exist. I like that. I mean, that does kind of make sense too, because I mean, even in terms of the special threats, among all of them, Ichigo's the only one labeled as a special threat. So
yeah, and there's the fact that he doesn't have a completely blank face, even though he could have easily been drawn that way. That's they're definitely it feels a little bit because it's not like he's necessarily closer or anything than the other characters. So I mean, it's it's an interesting difference, and you get something meaningful out of that difference. So whether it's intentional or not, I think that's valid and interesting to think about. Because Ichigo, he's the only one, Yhwach, he says, Ichigo, you're the pitiful gnat. But I guess that's even interesting in contrast to Yhwach's words, because he's saying that Ichigo is nothing, right? He is a bug. Yet he still he addresses him, right? If he was really a gnat, he wouldn't say it. He'd just crush him, right? But he does have value to Ichigo. He does have some importance to him, right? So because that panel in that way goes against his words, but in doing so, I think it reveals the truth behind those words.
Actually, false thing. What I said earlier is false. I do have one more thing that I accidentally skipped over regarding when Ichibei is revived. He has Ichibei has just so many very interesting lines. He says, "You cannot defeat Yhwach, but do not fear. That is what all peace is like. Very, very interesting quote. I thought a lot about this too, and I feel like you can get multiple interpretations from that. I think what I ended up, and I didn't even write it here, something akin to maybe you can have peace so long as an all-powerful can never be checked or questioned. Because that is true. If you have something that is like, if you have a power so great that it's almost subjugating in its ability to quell any spark before it causes any fire, then yeah, that is, in a sense, one form of peace. And as we know, especially recently in the Soul Society, there's been a lot of fires that have spread out and started. And if Yhwach at this point, especially toward the end, once he absorbs Reo, he kind of represents that sort of all-quelling entity. And maybe they would get a form of ultimate peace where no one could ever question him again. If he did indeed win. So that quote by Ichibei, I wonder if that's what that's alluding to. But again, I could see how you can have a different perspective easily from that line. But it is a very, very interesting line.
So what I think of when I think of that line is about how, like, because like, I feel like, it's easy. You're more likely to have anxiety if you have choice and freedom, right? Because you're always wondering, like, what's the best choice to make? What's the best use of my time, right? Where people get down about like the things they don't control, but like a mentality I try to hold on to is like, if I can't control something, then it's not in my power, and therefore, like, well, what's the point in getting like angry about that or anxious about it? Because it's like, well, if I truly can't do anything, then so instead I reach more of a state of peace with it, right? Like one such example is the inevitability of death, right? Like there's a series, a manga and anime. I need to rewatch the anime, but Girls Last Tour that I really like, where it's a post-apocalypse series where over the course of the whole series, you see, I think, maybe 5 human beings, and by the end of the manga, it's literally only the 2 main characters. It's never violent or anything, but it's very much just like humanity is on its deathbed and it's dying, but it takes a very like, just, yeah, it's over. What's the point of getting mad about it? Like it's already done. Like there's nothing more to be done. Like we can't bring humanity back. So it's just about the characters just finding some purpose or some meaning in. And some things to like enjoy, like because the characters are just going around this apocalyptic. They don't understand the world they're in anymore because it's all so ancient. But it's just like it's a really I like the manga a lot. But it's just there's a piece in the inevitability. Like humanity's fucked. Whatever. We're just gonna live out the rest of our days and enjoy them, even in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, and it's really cool. So I don't know. Just it makes me think of that line. That line just makes me think of that.
Interesting.
So,
interesting. Yeah, I figured there can be just multiple perspectives on this. Yeah, I appreciate your thoughts on that. Okay, so now Aizen stuff. Okay, firstly, fucking Giga Chad. I cannot even think of a more Giga Chad. I mean, actually, no. There's Aizen has the culmination of Giga Chad moments all throughout this section of Bleach. This final stuff. This is just one of them. When he first, when Kyoraku's like, yeah, okay, like I've unlocked the keys. He's just like, oh, nani? How are you free? Like it's like Aizen's like, hello. he's just
don't you have 2 more keys you can use?
Yeah,
and he unlocks things that he's already unlocked. Your left eye that you could already see out of.
I audibly was like, my goat, bro. This is what I love about this, man, because it's not just like, again, dude, I might have to defer to you here in the favorites. It might end up just being true. Like, the prophecy, man. Aizen is he's just the GOAT. Like, because it's not just all of the subtextual stuff, all of the thematic stuff going into him. It's like just the surface level, like, dude, he's just raw. He's just cool. Kids say aura these days, and my God, does he have aura?
Yes.
Yeah. But I got some interesting stuff as well. You go ahead if you got more to say on this scene.
I think I said most of what I had to say about this scene before.
Okay.
So
because I was gonna say I think it's really cool. There's some cool symbolism going on where it's like, hey, sit in the seat and we'll carry you to the surface. We'll ascend you like we would a king sitting on his throne, and we carry up.
Mm-hmm.
So this further emphasizes the notion to me of exactly what I was saying in that Arrancar episode, the final Arrancar episode we had. It's the notion that he believes his destructive path did indeed foster a better soul society that he kind of like is the ruler of, essentially, because he's the one who fostered all that change. And so, and for that matter, he'd be proud enough to call it his in its current state, right? Because you're not going to take ownership of something that you don't have immense pride in, right? So yeah, it's just cool. It's really cool. Now this next note I have, I wonder what I'm referring to. Oh no, I'm talking more about the. Okay, so I do have more to say. I do have more to say on the Rayo shit apparently.
Okay.
So I say, here we see Yhwach fall for the same fallacy as Aizen. He believes he's been in control of Ichigo's fate the entire time, leading him to this moment. The reality is, it's literally a part of Yhwach inside Ichigo that negates that fate due to Ichigo constantly looking inward and battling himself. In the same way Yhwach takes Quincy's and makes them part of him, Ichigo, a Quincy, has already taken a part of Yhwach and made it a part of him. And it will be this union that ultimately eclipses Yhwach's fate, the rising black moon. So yeah, that's just a little bit more I had to say on that note. I think it's a little bit out of order, but there you go. Whatever.
All good. Because now we're getting into.
I have more.
No, never mind. Go ahead.
Jesus.
I'm on chapter 619, by the way, is what the next thing I have to say. So
I'm on 614 now, looking at it. But let me. Do we get a sneak? Did I skip through like the sneak of Aizen and Kyoraku talking? Like, does that happen in the middle of this? Why do I have this note? This Aizen.
Oh, that's 618.
Jesus, what am I?
So you're a little behind me if you're talking about Aizen, or you're jumping around in your notes, or your notes are jumping around.
My notes, I guess, are jumping around because I have an Aizen note before the stuff with the Rayo and Ichigo slaying the Rayo.
So that happens before, but the scene does continue on after the Aizen stuff.
Oh, that's why. Okay. I was so confused because I'm pretty sure I took these notes in order. Jesus Christ, okay.
No, so, because that's when Uryu comes into the throne room, I guess.
Okay, yeah. So, I'll continue then after we discuss this current stuff in 619.
Yeah, so so basically, Yhwach has the line about how
no, it's here. Okay, wait, yeah, 619 is literally, I guess, yeah, this is the shit. Okay, nice.
Well,
okay.
So he has a scene very similar to the one that Aizen has in the fake Karakura Town part of the Arrancar arc, where he's like, all the battles you've been, I've been keeping an eye on you since you were born.
It's so funny because it's literally so funny because that's the exact note I just read a second ago.
Right. Well,
it's no. You're saying it. You're going a little bit different, but. It is funny because we both saw the exact same thing out of the same line. So
because I mentioned it before, but it fits with the fact that Yhwach he's represented by the moon that Ichigo cuts in the last chapters with Zangetsu Moon Cutter, where Aizen is the reflected moon. Right. So in that way, Yhwach is the actual representation of the fate and the actual main antagonist of the story. Aizen is the illusory master of fate and the illusory main antagonist of the story. Yeah. Right. But then he has the line after that where it's all because we have the same blood flowing in our veins. And I realized it's a 1,000-year blood war, not just because it's this blood feud between the Quincy's and the Soul Reapers, but it's also Ichigo's war against his own blood as a Quincy against the Quincy's. Right. Because going into the nature versus nurture thing, a part of his nature is the fact that he's a Quincy, and that's why his body naturally wanted to kill this Rayo, the Soul King, right? Because he's a Quincy.
That's a way cooler connection to the blood part of 1,000-year blood war. Yeah, You're right. That is really cool.
And of course, following that, you have Yhwach calling Ichigo weak because he's not. Because again, Yhwach is here to enact vengeance against the Soul Society, and as we've mentioned many a time, vengeance tends not to go well for characters in Bleach. So he, as someone who shares blood with Ichigo, is highlighting this disconnect because it's you should hate me more because I killed your mother, right? He's saying Ichigo should fall to his vengeance and become more like him, as his father.
Same line,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
So, you're talking about too.
Nice. And yeah, it's good. But so yeah, you go into it because
I think the line is the fact that you can't say kill when I'm the one who killed your mother is your weakness, I think is the specific line.
Yes.
So I write, Yhwach has no problem killing for the sake of peace. From his introduction, he executes without pause. Ichigo, having essentially no other option, has only truly killed one man. And ironically, it wasn't an enemy that he had any vengeful heart for, but someone he understood more than anyone else, that being Genjo, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Even with empathy coursing through his entire blade, he swings. Because if that execution was going to be done, no matter what he did, he wanted it to be by his blade. Because only then could Genjo learn something in death. After all, sentience goes on after death. Ichigo knows that, because of the Soul Society. While he once was abandoned by the Soul Society, there may be a chance of redemption for him and the Soul Reapers who wronged him by returning to the Soul Society. And this exact process happens by the end of the story. No matter how much Ichigo hates the idea of killing, he did this for his enemy, because he could truly see his core. When it comes to his heart stained with wrath, Yhwach cannot see anywhere close to the level of depth as Ichigo. Yhwach may be able to see all, but it's all exterior. He couldn't see the level of sophistication bubbling inside the Soul Reapers that are fighting in the final stage of the arc, which earns them victory over his strongest underlings. And even Ichigo, the Soul Reaper he is so very close to, he couldn't truly ever see. When he disallows Ichigo's potential for manifesting by taking away his Bankai, he doesn't truly halt Ichigo's potential, since it's already been actualized from within himself. And he uses this power from within that Yhwach can't pierce to win in the end. Yhwach's power was never almighty. Only a true god can see inside others, and the only one who can do that is you. True strength is becoming your own god, knowing yourself, forgiving yourself, and conquering yourself. That is truly power that transcends all. Courage, right? So I kind of went off on just this one scene, obviously, in my notes. And this is why, guys, I tend to defer to just reading my notes verbatim when they get that much in depth, because I sort of sometimes just kind of write a miniature video analysis. It's not as eloquent as my videos typically are, but it's to the point, and there's so much I'm writing that I'd rather just fucking read it, right?
I understand.
Because there's a lot I wrote there. I mean, I was like, in just that one piece of dialogue, like, literally, this all came from me reading the fact that you can't say kill when I'm the one who killed your mother is your weakness. I don't know where I was in my mind. It just, one thought led to another, another thought to like a video script. So yeah, there was a lot there. I kind of fudged it at the end too, with the transcendence line. But yeah.
Well, I want to add in there.
That is, but I think that's so cool. His power is almighty. But again, the almighty is to see all. But he can't see all if he can't see it inside people. Only you can do that. And to become truly almighty is seeing all of yourself from within. Right? I look at it that way. And, it's so fucking cool. Bleach is so goated. Okay.
I was gonna add. So we call them Soul Reapers, but in actuality they are Shinigami, death gods. So you mentioned like the idea of like you have to be your own god, and it's like, well, in sort of the various Japanese faith, like everything has a god, right? So therefore, your own individual god is the one that you need to revere and hold and understand yourself better, work to be your better self, right? Like I like it, or I like your write up too. It's nice, or rather that's what I was meaning to say. Words are hard. But yeah, so we get no,
keep going.
Yeah, Uryu comes in and very much seeming to be sort of like a slave to his blood, so to speak. Like he even says like, I'm over here because I'm a Quincy, but of course we know that he's been planning to betray Yhwach since the beginning. But it's very much a fake out in a sense.
He's I don't want to say too much because I'm going to say it a little bit later. Uryu portrays the heart more, I would say, better than anyone else in this arc. He is like truly, and and we'll get on that in the fight with Hashwalth. But yeah, this is a big part of that too. His ability to, so this is okay. I can say this much: in this scene, he is not portraying the heart well, because if he were to sacrifice himself without their knowledge, he wouldn't truly be leaving anything behind. It would be he wouldn't leave them with anything if he's actively deceiving them before his self-sacrifice, right? But later on, they enable him to portray his heart, so that if he did, fall in battle, he'd truly leave his heart with them. So this is like kind of like the little journey we get to see of Uryu in this arc, and that like he goes from like while he is adhering to the heart, he's not effectively utilizing it until later. That little bitty development we get of Uryu. We don't get much screen time from Uryu. Mind you, like Kubo probably wanted more stuff with Uryu in this arc, at least more in terms of screen time. But I think the little stuff we do get says a whole lot. And I think that above all is what we need, right? It doesn't necessarily matter how much screen time you get. It's what it says, how much each little moment says. And I think the amount of screen... I'm going to make this statement. I don't give a shit. The amount of screen time Uryu gets to how much his character says at the end of the 1,000-Year Blood War, I think is the best shit I have ever seen. Like, the most effective writing I have ever seen for a character, like, ever. Actually, ever.
Nice. Fuck yeah.
And I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that, because if it's not the best ever, it is at least one of the best ever. I am blown away by what he was able to do with Uryu in this arc, with how little panel time he gets. It's actually amazing. Anyway, yeah, continuing.
But yeah, Yoba takes the throne after kicking everyone. Everyone's knocked off of the Ryokyu, and I don't know, you get Aizen being fucking cool again when Yoba's shadows come down, and he's like, "Why are you trying to cut them? You could just destroy them with your raw spiritual pressure." And it's like, well, can everybody do that, or just you, Aizen? Because you're a fucking monster.
That's like the taunting, right? Is like he's saying that, but he knows no one else can do it, right? That's the boy right there. And I will say, I fucking love the doodle and his reintroduction, the butterfly doodle. At the end of his I think when he first emerges to everyone in the Soul Society,
yes, right.
There's a little butterfly doodle, which shows to me, I see that as both his old home and him have finally bloomed into something great. Because I even talked about that in that episode where I went off on Aizen about Aizen and the 1,000-Year Blood War, and talking about how it seems to be even combatively in his fight with Yhwach, he is stronger than his peak performance at the end of Arankar. And so mentally, he's stronger than he's ever been before, and obviously combatively. And it seems his home is bolstered to even it looking desecrated. And that mirrors, see, in real time, I'm thinking about these things more. Aizen is like confined. He is he's literally strapped to a chair, yet his presence feels stronger than ever before, right? In the story, like things are falling by his spiritual pressure alone, and he's wrapped in these like bandages. He's confined. The Soul Society is a wreck. It's desecrated. It looks weak. Yet, from Aizen's perspective, it's stronger than it's ever been before. Because where before Aizen would probably look at these guys, they don't stand a chance against Yhwach and his forces. Now Aizen looks at the scenery and he sees, somehow in the rubble, he sees strength. I find that really, really
okay. Cool. Yeah. Cool. I also like the dynamic he has with Kyoraku, where Kyoraku being someone who is more tricky, right, compared to Yamamoto, who's very straightforward. So like the way that they interact, where he's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna release you from your chair. You can fight sitting down though." And Aizen's like, "You really expect me to do that?" And it's like, "Well, are you gonna eyeball monsters and gnaw at your body?" And he's like, "Fuck you." So
I mean, he literally gives him the second highest praise he's ever given anyone in the story, because literally his highest praise comes immediately after this. He tells Shunsui, "You really are difficult to deal with." Which is the highest compliment we've seen from Aizen yet, to the point where I wrote it down, and then I later say, never mind. Aizen later gives Ichigo the absolute highest compliment, calling him insufferable. So, it's great. It's good stuff. And I want to say, speaking of Shunsui, in this moment, based as fuck when he I just said he BTFOs his underlings. This is why he's Captain Commander. I guess
when he's saying
them.
I don't consider using evil to defeat evil as evil. Like he's basically saying,
because they're all like, you understand, like we won't accept this, right? He's like, yeah, I don't care. I'm Captain Commander, motherfuckers. Yeah. That's what.
Are your principals gonna defeat Yhwach? Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm bringing Aizen out. Fuck you. So.
Cool motherfucking shit.
I also just love the flex of like, you guys want to go up to the royal palace? I'll just shoot it down for you with my spiritual pressure. And of course, as we find out, he can't do that because of the chair.
He kind of embarrasses himself. He's like, I forgot I got these straps on me.
So good. And I like the little back and forth he has with Kurasuchi, where Kurasuchi's like, I don't worry, I got power restraint. It's like, okay, turn it all the way up. Let's see which is more powerful.
yeah. And to that extent, I even wrote, Mayuri says, it is the culmination of the Soul Society's technology. Do not take it lightly. No. I think it's Shunsui who says this. Whenever he tries to release his spiritual pressure, but it doesn't get very far.
Yes, you're right.
I think the line is so sick because it was Urahara that created the research and development branch that creates so many beneficial things that progress the Soul Society. Mm-hmm. And it's Urahara's successor that creates the very thing keeping Aizen's spiritual pressure in check. And this progress is something that Aizen once considered too small to notice. But it is that small incremental change Urahara headed that ultimately defeated Aizen, and here it is in his face again. And while he does challenge it here, later by fighting with Ichigo, he'll come to fully accept it. He still challenges it here and there, but eventually, by the end of the story, he's literally his monologue at the end is essentially like an admittance in a sense that he does accept it. So it's cool.
Mm-hmm. And then just you have the Quincy guy attacking Aizen and paralyzing him for a few minutes. And I also like the exchange they have afterwards, where it's like, that Shinsui still couldn't kill Aizen even though he was paralyzed like that, and the other was just like, oh, I feel sorry for the Quincy on the ground for only disabling you for that long, and Aizen's like, oh no, that's the first time that's ever happened. Like, you have no reason to feel bad for him. Like, he did something fucking amazing to Aizen. It's just an interesting exchange of, and again, Aizen recognizing his enemy, right? Like, oh, that foe's impressive,
it is sick. That is
he's still nothing. He's still fucking nothing next to Aizen, but like, hey, that was notable. But I also did skim over. You have Basby and the other look, okay, the fucking face Gazelle makes to Kurasuchi when she like pulls her lips out and sticks out her tongue, like, just fucking gremlin. She's a piece of shit, and she's great. But yeah, they're like, Yhwach abandoned us, so we want to go up to there and we're gonna fucking kill him. No solidarity amongst the Quincy's.
Indeed. And flashing up to after Aizen, gives the highest possible praise, ironically, because he is calling this person insufferable. We do transition to Team Ichigo.
Yeah.
And we get to see the stuff that we didn't see when Uryu makes them fall. Classic Uryu move, by the way. Literally, we had a whole discussion that I initiated with the Uryu making our boy Arankar 10-0 fall.
Yes.
I'm going blank on his name in the immediate moment, but you all know who I'm talking about. I'm just thinking about his face right now, but a name is not coming to me, so I'm going to continue on as if I did not mention anything. All right, guys. Kone's back. Hey, that's what really matters, okay, guys? Kone is motherfucking back. Your boy is here. And I don't think he will be here for the rest of the series after this.
Right? I like the exchange where Kone comes out and like because Ichigo's trying to remember how he got knocked out, and he's
Yemi.
Oh, Yemi. Oh, gotcha.
That's his name. Yeah.
like Colin pops out, and then Ichigo like bumps into Orihime, and it gets not. I don't know, just they're so dumb.
It's good shit. Yeah, he gets it literally. This is like a recurring meme with Orihime. Is like her head is just actually like stronger than any, like the Sokyoku that was said to be strong, like as strong as a million Zanpakuto. Like her head is like a million times stronger than that, basically, right? Like it literally one tapped. It one
just
tapped
throw at Yorubaha and it's over.
Yeah.
Head first. Anyway, and yeah, we get Grimjo. Yay! Everybody claps when Grimjo comes in.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking about him a little bit later. Not that much, but I will be talking about him.
I also like his outfit. It's good.
His outfit in this arc is. I can't wait to see it in color in the anime. I wonder what like the colors are. Looks black and white, but that's because it's a black and white manga. But yeah, I'm wondering if like the white part is a different color. We'll see. Maybe it's like green or blue or something. I don't know. Well, no, there's a colored version. I can just look at the colored version.
Though the anime might still use a different color scheme.
I will say, Kubo was he was up to something in the doodle in this 624 at the end. I don't know if you're looking at 624 like me right now. We go to Ichi.
Oh, I'm a little ahead.
She's like pulling her undergirt. Very. I see you, Kubo. I see you. I was looking at that for way too long last time. A little too much information for you guys, but if you guys don't know, look at the end of 624.
Yoruichi's pretty hot. I agree.
Yes, indeed. It's not even like a good. It's like just like a rough doodle. Like it's like shows how down bad I am. Or
oh no, the power of suggestion.
Indeed, actually, indeed, yes.
But anyway, we get Nell, and she jumps Ichigo, and Orihime has a negative reaction to it a bit because she's jealous, I guess. And then we get Rirka is back, and she's got a silly hat.
She's got such a cute outfit. I love her fucking outfit.
I love when so a little later she gets pissed. I think Ichigo, and she gets pissed off of it, and you can see she's like turning her head really quickly to slap Ichigo with the ears of her hat, and it's like really it's so fucking cute.
And I love how in the volume doodle, I think even Kubo like says like the ears are like movable. Which is like so funny.
She has like a string that she could. Yeah, it's like that's the thing is like even if like Kubo's making concessions and truncating his stories so that he could finish it, but without taking a gigantic hiatus and telling Jump to fuck themselves, right? He still just is able to do there's just so much stuff going on, and it's just even little fun details like that. It's very nice.
I guess I'll mention this note. I mean, it is very, very obvious, but it is epic. Oh wait, no, actually, I just skimmed over. I gotta say, we're talking about Ririka a lot. When Ichigo says, "You went out of your way for us, didn't you?" Thanks, and Ririka's little blush. Damn.
Yeah, he recognized. She changed. Yeah, she's grown and changed and advanced her power. And God, good expression.
Yeah, she truly understood Ichigo. And I talk a lot about this. I think in that two episodes ago when we did our Fullbring discussion, she was like the only one by the end of that fight that like truly understood Ichigo and his feelings. And enough to be the final voice of that arc, saying, "Because I know you won't ever forget us." We see it portrayed here, right? Like Ichigo's not going to forget them, and he acknowledges them. He acknowledges enemies and friends alike, pretty equally. So and I guess cool for Orihime, you can make an argument. The only one he doesn't have that like sort of equal viewpoint is with her, because she's literally side by side with him in the final battle. She's the only one with him, so makes sense. So they get together.
Yeah, I also like right after the Ririka exchange where Ganju mentions how Ichigo's grown up, and he's like, "Have I? How?" And Ganju's like, "Oh, I guess you've always been this way." Where it's just like, but Ichigo has definitely grown, but just like it's like. Maybe it's not like his personality has changed, but he's willing to be more open and stuff, and less like he's just giving a genuine smile, right? Or I think before, if you look in like the first arc of the series, if he smiles, it's probably more of like a cocky smile, right? he's always felt this way, but he's more willing to be open about it, right?
Funnily enough that you mentioned that, this connects to what I was saying earlier too, that maturity. I mean, what does he tell Orihime before they start fighting? I know it's unfair that it's a 2v1, but this is like final boss boy that can like literally destroy everything. So I'm counting on you to back me up. Like old, Arankar Ichigo would never do that. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. So now they go into the remade Ryokyu, which is has been reconstructed in Yhwacha's desired image.
Yeah, I actually do have I literally say Yhwach really turned the Ryokyu into a Quincy Starcross. This motherfucker.
Yes, right? That bitch.
Yeah. It's cool though. Looks really cool.
No, absolutely.
So I did write to Yhwacha's first action after absorbing Ryo's powers to make a grand kingdom above the Soul Society, or in other words, the afterlife. He essentially makes his own heaven.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's literally a floating castle. Or yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. So anyway, the gang goes to the Ryokyu and moves in, and one of the interactions that we get that I don't really think we've really seen before, even though they've been such major characters, but Kurasuchi and Kenpachi are such a fucking pair, like the brains and the bronze, but also they're pieces of shit, and they just are at each other's fucking throats. They're so fucking funny together.
Yeah.
Like he goes to the gate, and then Kenpachi's just behind him, and Kurasuchi is like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "Oh my god, it's so funny." And Yamada's just there, and he's like, "Oh God, why did I go to the bathroom when I did?"
He really humanizes Kenpachi because like he's a monster, but he's a guy. He's a guy too, man. He's got to pee. He's got to pee. And sometimes it's at very inconvenient times. We've all been there. I can understand it. Definitely understand it.
Yeah.
Good shit. Grimjow getting absolutely done in by our boy Askin. Comes into the manga. He's here.
He leaves
guys.
A lot of good comments. Before he dies.
He do be yapping in these chapters. So Askin is truly playing up the role.
And yeah, no, I like, because there's the like, oh, you're, because, Grimjow, he still has his rival with Ichigo. He still wants to surpass him. But like, I don't know, he's very much not being driven by fear anymore, because like before, he had his fear of destruction, fear of being destroyed, right? And his desire to be on the top and take down the strongest. But now it's like, yeah, he's gonna take down Ichigo one day, but he can worry about this, other threat in the Quincy's, and he's not even going after Yhwach. He's going after just one of the royal guards, and just a nice little example of his character development.
So now I guess we can talk about Hoshwalth and Basby.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you, I got a lot to say about this.
No, they're really good. Because we get their well, and I liked your tweet as well, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
So
we'll get to that a little bit later because that's part of the Uryu fight.
No, you're right, but it's relevant. But
it's relevant here, but I don't think I'm going to get to it yet. But I will say I do have to pat myself on the back because everything, again, I did not remember any of like the thematic stuff in the Uryu versus Hoshwalth fight, and so I was like in real time giving analysis for this fight and like making assumptions about Hoshwalth. And by the end of that fight, I look back at these notes. I was like, "Oh, dude, I was right. Let's fucking go." I was vibing with Kubo. It always feels good when that happens. So yeah, these notes, mind you, all of these notes that I took for the flashback and the Hoshwalth versus Basby, all of these are pre me. I didn't remember anything about the Uryu versus Hoshwalth, so just keep in mind that, guys, so that you look at me like I'm more amazing than I am. Thank you. So I think the first note I have is pretty simple. Only Basby lost everything. Hoshwalth, on the other hand, seemed to only have the weight of his one toxic relationship removed by Yhwach, because we do see a little glimpse of it at the beginning of the flashback, where I think it's his like uncle or something is like, oh, Hoshwall, please come back. I need you because
or my sweet Jugo,
my sweet
and he has
Jugo,
a very
which, and again, this is
not a good expression.
This is more of Kubo's excellent storytelling, because that one little moment says so much without saying much of anything, right? Because, oh, my sweet Jugo, please come back, breathes toxicity. And what is that? And what we get to learn about Hoshwalth's ability later is Hoshwalth, without his knowledge, literally empowers other Quincy's around him. So if we're to assume this person that is harboring Hoshwalth is a Quincy, they have not told Hoshwalth his ability, and they're benefiting from Hoshwalth's presence, and they're just using him, right?
Right, where Bosby is benefiting, but he's not doing it out of awareness, right? And and there's a bit of toxicity there too, because he's like, Basby's looking down on Hoshwalth, right? Like there's like, he's so shocked when it turns out that he's the one who is Yobaha's right hand, right? And it's not that Basby isn't impressive. Like, he's like the first one to stand up, right? That we see. Aside, Hoshwalth never fell in the first place, right? But he's still notable. But it's just like, obviously he's not in Yobaha's eye at all, and that resentment even feeds into his desire. Like, why is he fighting now? Because Hoshwalth is the chosen one, and he was discarded, right? So.
And then regarding that scene and those revelations, Yhwach mentions there were once other Quincy's that had the ability to share their power like him. I feel like there's something more to this. Like, what does that say? Like, there's more people that can share their power, just like him, but they haven't manifested in 200 years.
Is it? I mean, aside from
because this is another thing about like the timelines, right? He says no one has manifested in 200 years. We first started the story. I don't know if you remember. I mean, I know we just read it relatively recently, but it actually in as early back as the Substitute Shinigami, they were talking about the Quincy extermination happening 200 years ago. But now in this, in 1,000 Year Blood War, now it's 1,000 years, and I'm pretty certain in the anime, I'm trying to remember, Uryu, they have an additional scene where Uryu is reading a book that he gets from his father, and he's like he's still in the. It's before he joins up with the Quincy's, and he's reading, and he's like, the war 1,000 years ago. I thought this happened 200 years ago. What's going on? So I think Kubo he's going to be leaning more into conveying the context now.
Maybe because
my interpretation before I remembered that scene was these were two different events that like. The war happened between the Quincy's they defeated Yhwach, but they didn't truly exterminate all the Quincy's. And then 200 years ago, they were like, okay, Quincy's are at it again, killing all these hollows, the balance of the world. Okay, fuck it, just kill them all this time. Like, literally just exterminate them. That's my but I guess that's not the case given that little anime scene I remember. Apparently there's like a misinterpretation that...
or an altered history,
yeah. I don't know. I'm because I genuinely don't know the answer, and I'm sure comments can help elucidate this.
Okay. Yeah. No. I'm very curious to see what else the anime adds one day.
I would imagine. And here's the thing: just because of how much Radman has told me that Can't Fear Your Own World really does fill in a lot of blanks. I'm wondering if it even touches on that. So I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. But again, comments, if not, I'm sure there's going to be a comment that'll save the day. So.
I also love the transition at the end of the flashback where Baz tries to kill Yhwach and Hoshwalth catches the arrow, and then it transitions to older Hoshwalth catching the arrow as well. Like,
it's so good. This is what I mean by presentation, man. Yeah. The presentation of this manga is just so consistently brilliant.
It's peak. It's insane. And I guess another note I had there is that because Hoshwalth's power is about balancing, but there's also I guess if anything that I get out of it is that there is no true thing as balance, right? Like, because they're him and Baz were kind of supposed to be equals, right? Like we're both implicitly going after Yhwach and we're gonna take him down. Right, but then as we find out that Baz saw himself as superior to Hoshwalth, but Hoshwalth was seen as superior by Yhwach, so he was the one chosen. And then as we see in their fight, Baz can't match up, at all, right? So I don't know, just I don't know, just a brief observation.
Yeah, that is really cool. Another thing I really want to mention. So
Go ahead.
we flash back again after going back to the fight, and we get a little scene of just Yhwach in an interior space, and he's talking about
You mean
conquering the Soul
Hoshwald?
Society next.
Or no, you do mean you. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Oh, did I say someone besides you?
I heard you said Yobaha. Yeah, so you're good.
Okay, cool. So he says we're gonna make the Stern Ritter and invade the Soul Society next. I was actually, so this does not come from me. This comes from Radman. I don't know if Radman got this from somewhere else or this is like what he interpreted, and I subscribe to what he told me in our brief discussion we had about a week ago. So I was asking him about this. I was like, so like in this time period, like where do you think? And there's obviously a war going on, but it doesn't seem like they're fighting Soul Reapers, or it doesn't. It seems like It seems like Yhwach is going to just regions in the world and like fighting like random humans is what I see. He's like, oh yeah, you're right. And what's happening here is like he says the Soul Society is next because he's conquered the world. He's essentially conquered the world at this point. And I was like, oh, that is sick. That is a sick. Yeah, because obviously, if you conquered the world, what's the next step? Okay, let's go to the afterlife. Let's fucking take over the Soul Society. That's the next step, right? Conquer the world and the Soul Society. And I was like, oh man, that is cool. Yeah. So that's how I take it too.
Because like there's so much of the setting we only get like little pieces of. Like I mentioned, like untold stories. Like Askin bringing up how the Shiba clan seems to have been pretty important, and I don't remember her name right now. Ganju's older sister.
I don't remember either, honestly.
But yeah, like she still has she's here in this arc because she had her canon is part of how they get to the royal palace, right? Like it's a whole thing. But they're so there's some like implied things going on there, and I think Askin mentioned another one. Just there's so much of the world we aren't privy to, and it just there's just more going on that's just not related to the characters, and that's pretty neat. I think we don't have to know about it because to this story it's not important, but it would be interesting to know. So yeah.
Yeah.
Also, going back to the Hoshwald Bazby, there's a second flashback with because there's Baz is the other Quincy's like, oh, if nobody's watching, Yhwach won't find out, and then we see Hoshwald kind of like protecting Bazby by saying, I'm watching, right? Like, I'll report you to Yhwach if you try to fight him. And kind of protecting Baz, there's still a level of like connection, just a little moment of like, yeah, Hoshwald's still protecting Bazby, right? So and the way I guess another just interesting little thing about Baz is just it's because when he loses to Hoshwald, I like his line about how he's like, I thought losing would sting more. Because he was able to just put his all in and actually try to stack up against his rival and former friend, he doesn't have any regrets. Like, yeah, he lost, right? But he put in his all, So just a nice little moment to end off his character, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I take it a little bit differently.
Oh, how so?
I think it doesn't sting near as much as it could. It's because Hoshwald is not showing his heart in that moment.
Oh.
And this goes into a lot of my interpretation that I'm going to be talking about here in a little bit with Hoshwald.
Okay.
I think if they were true rivals and Bazby could see his heart, it would have stopped. I think the point of that line is going that it doesn't sting because I can't see you, Hoshwald. I don't see you like.
Gotcha. Right, because he should be seeing Hoshwald like basically sacrificing himself to help take down Yhwach. But he's not seeing that, so he's not hurt. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. I do want to speak on the last scene of this flashback though, just a little bit.
Yeah.
So I wrote here. But I don't know if it's clear already, guys. Before I even go into a lot of my spiels on it, like he is like, I'm impressed with how much Hoshwald has been on my mind in this final stuff. Whereas I guess I forgot everything about him before. Now, like he is pivotal character for this final stuff. Like he permeates my mind now when I think about this final 7,000 Year Blood War. So he might even, I don't know about top 5, but he is at least top 10 Bleach characters in my opinion. So there's that.
Nice.
So while Haschwalth's uncle realized that his ability, what his ability was and his perks, and the perks that came with it, and was exploiting it without telling him, Bazz-B didn't know any of it. It was unknowingly benefiting from it. All while both parties didn't allow Haschwalth to ask what he wanted. Now, not only does someone come that is just like Haschwalth, but he instantly brings a lifetime of clarity to him and tells him he needs him too. The same man who allowed Haschwalth to move forward by killing his uncle is now giving him the opportunity to finally use the power inside him as well. You know, like, of course he'd take that hand. Like, practically speaking, of course you're going to take that hand. Especially when you're looking on the ground and seeing a guy that only has contempt for your newfound clarity, right?
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense. To just, I don't know what I'm trying, I don't know what I was trying, I guess in these notes it would be like the beginning of an In Defense of Haschwalth video, you know, one of those token YouTube videos that really don't really go much anywhere in terms of like the cool analysis bits, but you get me.
But no, yeah, Haschwalth also really. I think he's probably he might be my favorite character from the 1,000 Year Blood War that's original to that arc. Maybe Yhwach would also be up there to consider, but yeah, they're both really good.
Oh yeah, for me it's definitely Yhwach, but after that, it'd definitely be Haschwalth, 100%. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I do. This is I do have an interesting note. Another thing to say. Jugram and Bazz-B have a very similar relationship to what was once the case for Rukia and Renji, albeit inverse.
Oh, yeah.
Renji could only stand still while Bazz-B continuously lunges at the stationary brick wall that is Haschwalth. Bazz-B's final moment in his fight with Haschwalth even feels like a callback to Renji versus Byakuya, where Renji's fangs did indeed reach him. Bazz-B grabs onto Jugram in a similar fashion. This is the humanity we see for the Stern Ritter portrayed through these two's dynamic, right? I just found that parallel pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I didn't think about that. That's really cool. Yeah, nice.
Oh, and then I also had an additional note to what I was just telling you about the line. You know, I thought losing would sting a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote, Bazz-B always knew he'd lose. He just wanted to be acknowledged by Haschwalth so that the two could go back to being friends. But all Bazz-B knows is destruction. So he, of course, destroyed any chance he could ever get. Right? There could even from Bazz-B's side, right? Like eventually, in his mind, it was only vengeance for Yhwach, because relationships dynamics are a two-way road. And I see it from Bazz-B's perspective in some of the errors he made along the way too. You know, he tried to push past everything by sort of destroying it, and that thing that he was marching toward, in his heart, he wanted to more above all connect again with Haschwalth. But again, what is his path of destruction leading toward? Destroying the very man that Haschwalth only has reverence for, right? So, yeah, that's kind of the line of thinking I was going there. But I love these two and their dynamic, basically.
Yeah, no, they're really good. But yeah, so yeah, after that we get a little bit more of some of the other characters. Again, I really... Kenpachi and Kurasuchi are so fucking... Like, when they meet pairing the fucking left hand, like, you just have this, like, they're both responding to the situation, you know, Kurasuchi through logic and Kenpachi through instinct, and like, you know, they're just it's just such an interesting pairing. Like, when Kurasuchi just rips off his arm and Kurasuchi like praises him, and he's just you know, so yeah,
I love the
great.
little dialogue. Mayuri's like, there's like several instances where it's like, is that a question, or is that like, are you asking yourself, or are you asking me? And it's like, you know, if you're doing that, you know, you're someone that deserves to be ignored. But in that same sequence, Kenpachi completely ignores everything Mayuri just said. Ironically, it's very, very funny, very, very funny comedic bit.
Yeah, I was just talking to myself, and it just charges it.
Yeah. Okay, and so we're hopping into. Oh my god, these fights at the end, man.
Oh my god.
So peak. All of them are so peak. Mayuri's really did so much for me in my love for his character. I
He's
have to say.
so good. I agree.
Kubo, man, with the cards. I DM'd Radman when I was in the midst of this section, and I was saying, I remember you telling me that like Kubo was a nerf. Kubo still did really good. You know what? After reading these fights, I don't even know if he was nerfed. I think he was just forced to play his best, to just completely bolster his best cards, and that ended up working in his favor. Albeit, I do that was before I read the final stuff, and I have a little bit to say there in terms of like some of the pacing. But yeah, good stuff, great stuff, peak fiction stuff, all like back to back peak fiction fights. And here we get a back to back peak father daughter dynamic fight. Peak fiction shit. Yeah, it's great.
Oh no,
that,
yeah,
I mean,
the
Mayuri
fucking
and
yes, Nemu, yeah, no,
and
it's
Nano and Ukitake, not Ukitake, Kyoraku.
yes,
Should
no,
say.
yeah. But just like like some things I like about though, I guess we're starting off with the Kurasuchi fight is
Yeah.
just like obviously he being a scientist and progress being a part of his character is fought with an even more just a complete extreme of progress. But more generally,
Yeah.
is like there's so many. I don't know. There's some really original and cool powers I like the way the nerves factor into the fight and how in so many different ways, and like the affecting the ground with nerves, or just it's just so, or like, oh yeah, I made a bankai. It's constantly screaming because I made the body surface like it's so horrifying.
It's great. I do want to mention too, starting off on the discussion of this fight. So Mayuri fights Ryo's left arm. And as we know historically, left-handed people were outcasts and likened to the devil. So it's really fitting that Mayuri is kind of being the outcast of the Gote 13 and, the morally reprehensible captain going in line with left-handed people being the devil. Fights the left arm.
Real quick, in his fight with Grants, Sayazal Pro, in the Arnkar arc, there's even a cover page where he's drawn and likened to Baphomet, the devil, a devil figure. So yes,
there you go.
Good catch.
So you guys are gonna be kind of religious too, or know a little bit about it.
But yeah, no, I really especially like the stuff for Nemu and how that factors into like Kurasuchi's character, because like he's been so inhuman and so like dispassionate, and just like he sees everything and everyone as expendable to his desires for science, right? But Nemu is also the product of his science, so when I think Akon mentions how happy he was when Nemu surpassed her older sister, basically. Was just like, you're Captain's masterpiece. There's no way you won't evolve. And God, she's so like, and then Nemu she's so cool and kicking ass. But like, I definitely teared up during this section because it's like it's just really good character stuff for Kurasuchi.
This fight, that like flashback Nemu sequence you're talking about, has, if not one of my favorites, my favorite quote in the entire fucking series.
Holy shit! Okay.
It is this. I'm literally trying to find the chapter where. What chapter is that little flash to him and little Nemu?
642.
642. Okay, I'm one away from it. He says, "Oh, you eat, sleep, breathe, learn something daily, grow up. While you do all that, Captain Kurasuchi is always in a dream." That line. That he is always in a dream just really hit me for some reason when I was reading. It still hits me because that's the most humanizing explanation of of Mayuri's relationship with Nemu, and not only that, it's really resonant with me in that anytime I am getting really excited and writing a really exciting scene in my story, it is ethereal, and it is like this like never-ending dream that I can keep going back and writing more and developing more. And so like as a creative, I think this is really resonant with like fellow creatives.
Okay.
Like, this whole thing, and that's why I think it hits me so hard. because it very much is like that, like a never-ending dream.
Okay.
Just,
That's a real. See,
you're just immersed in. Captain Kurotsuchi is always in a dream as long as you exist. Like, man, that. God.
No, that's a really nice.
Something,
Yeah, no, that's a really beautiful way to put it. I guess I was just thinking, because I'm also creative. I just didn't think of it in that sense of creativity. Because I guess I was more thinking about it from a parent-child angle. Because what I was realizing, because before we talked about how the rip it out or something like that for his when he calls out his Bankai and the connections to him as an abortion doctor, right? Well, Nemu, being the seventh one, she herself is kind of like, like a pair of parents who are unable to conceive children and go through multiple miscarriages. Right? Like, well, she's the successful one, right? Well, because like when we think of abortion, and especially just how politicized it is, we think it's very much. We think about like discarding an unwanted child, right? But the reality is that abortion is also a procedure. If say there's like a stillbirth, or if the child just dies in the womb, how do you remove it? You need an abortion doctor, right? Like, or otherwise the mother's life is going to be at risk, right? Like, there's other procedures involving that abortion doctors do that aren't just like killing a potential life, right? So I was just like connecting to it in that way of just like, because Kurotsuchi has he's been portrayed as like a devil, just like you said, and even in that fight, he's very like he's the epitome of what like Uryu does not want to become as a doctor, and the reason he rejects that path because he sees like the worst elements of his father in Kurotsuchi, and he's even very abusive towards Nemu, his literal child, right? And not like about his literal like his creation, right? But like here, there's just like a tragic bend to that where it's like, oh yeah, he's tried multiple times to have a child and failed most of those times, and here Nemu is his success, but she's as a child sacrificing herself for the parent, and he does like die when I tell you to die, right? Like it's kind of like it's again framed in a toxic like I'm controlling you way, but it's his way of showing he cares and he's going to like he wants to protect her.
Yeah,
right?
Because even the way his assistant captain talks about it, he's like, I'm really glad that you're a success, because it seemed the way he's talking it seems like he could tell it was really weighing on Mayuri that he wasn't having a successful, essentially daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So adding, and that's so funny that you are the first one to touch on this like humanity aspect of this dynamic, because the bulk of what I have to say is based around that. Is based around my interpretation of after she dies, his little internal schizophrenic episode he has with the Urahara.
Oh my god, Grant, the fucking jump scare like just you turn the page and it's like just fucking Grant's just like, you should be dead, you died ages ago, like, and it's literally just like a product of his imagination, but it's so like Kumo's just he's so good so at the presentation.
Good, especially because it's not what it seems to be. I truly feel this way. It is not what it seems to be. So I have a note on this. I don't know if we want to talk about this now, or do you have?
Oh no, please. I
don't think it's that. Again, not again. I don't know why I'm saying. I don't know why I'm starting with again. I do that sometimes. I don't think it's that he saw perfection in her and he needed to be reminded that of his own words. What I wrote here is, perhaps he didn't see perfection in her, but something more human, something akin to a daughter. And since he can't understand emotions like that, he explains the feelings away with logic through an illogical manifestation of an old enemy in his head.
Mm-hmm.
He comes to the logical conclusion that he faltered and expected the impossible out of Nemu, so he needs to move on with an even better work. The reality is, I feel this is his way of managing his emotional loss as seeing his daughter figure gone. He copes with this loss by looking forward to creating another Nemu, all to continue that elongated dream, right? Like, how do you best cope with a lot? Like, for instance, like an example in reality, how best do we cope with the loss of like a dead dog that we've had for 13 years or whatever? Mm-hmm. Well, typically you see it a lot. People get new ones eventually, and it doesn't really take them that long to get.
Personal
they feel
connection
that void in their heart.
I'm a twin. So
really?
Yeah, so so not only that, we found out today, born in the city that I was born in Pensacola, Florida, where you're living. Or sorry, I'll cut that out. I was born in the city that you're living in right now.
I'm fine getting dogs.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I just thought it was funny because you mentioned that you live in Pensacola, Florida. I'm like, I'm living on the other side of the country right now, but I was born there. So
really interesting stuff that we learned.
But anyway, so I was born with a twin brother. And roughly a month after we were born, he was found dead in our crib of sudden infant death syndrome. And just my parents had my younger brother because of that loss. They wanted a second kid after having lost their second kid, I guess. So, like my brother actually has, the way he frames it is funny because he'll tell people that he had another older brother who died, and then they'll go like, "Aw," and it's like, yeah, but you can't feel sad about it because if that didn't happen, I wouldn't have been born because that's why my parents had him. And so the person is like, because they can't, so they need to be happy about that death because now they have this friend. So it's the way he tells it is funny to me. But no, just a personal example of just like, it happens in, with that, and it can happen with not just pets, but children as well, which also ties into the Kurosuchi and Nemu aspect.
Yeah. So but essentially the crux of my argument here is I don't think this is in reality, this is a conversation of Mayuri forgetting his own words about perfection. I think it's him trying to cope logically with an emotional loss. Mm-hmm. Like that's the only way he knows how, because that's the only way he knows how to cope with it.
Right, and sure enough, he gets Nemu's brain and he creates the eighth. Right, and there's even the title of the chapter, "Baby, hold your hand, never ending my dream." Right, like he's not going to give up.
Yeah. And
he's
then
going
see
to
Nemu reaching down to him. Right, if that doesn't tell you what I'm saying, then I don't think anyone.
God,
right?
It's I think this might be my favorite Kurosuchi fight because
dude, for me it's not even like a question. It's like not only is it not a question, and mind you, I'm thinking about the Uryu fight that was equally great for Uryu in that fight, that Soul Society fight as well. This shit blows it away. Like I don't care.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was more just thinking about how I really like all three of his fights. Honestly, like Uryu, Grant's, and Pernida or Pernida. I don't fucking know how to pronounce it. Like I don't know. He's just got like all of his fights are really fucking good. But now that said. Now that we've said the praises of how good the fight is, and I still think it's a good fight. I was thinking about it when I was read Titania's comment earlier about the sexism in Bleach, and one thing that I don't think she specifically mentioned, but I did think about reading that comment is like I remember just a while ago just someone mentioning about like how there's a tendency for bad things to happen or things to happen to especially tragic things to happen to female characters for the sake of male characters, and I would and I thought about how like, oh yeah, here's Nemu getting all of this this actualization of her character and ultimately tragic death for the sake of Mayuri's character development. So it's just one of those things where it's like, I can understand someone taking issue with that because but like it's like the two sides of the coin where it's like, I recognize that is some. I mean, that said, because I also thought about with like Kyoraku and his backstory having like, he has his brother, but also his brother's lover, who there's another character who's kind of in the story for. And there's a lot of like that. Even though Nanao is the focus, it definitely feels like it's more for Kyoraku's character overall, since he's way more important. The flip side of it, though, I thought about is how like Sora and Kaien are also kind of important for Orihime and Rukia's characters. So there's like the kind of inverse where you have Kaien, who mostly exists for Rukia's character, but it's that doesn't make it equal because on the
Kyoraku comment, I would definitely disagree with that. I think it's equally as much great for Nano, in my view anyway. So.
Okay. But yeah, it was just something I was thinking about with just like, how characters are used as tools in a sense, which is fundamental to characters. Like I see all characters as literary objects, even though I also
wait,
emotionally connect to them.
It's so funny. Have you heard me talk about this before, Krabs? Because
I've been thinking about this for years.
The same verbiage. I
think we came to
use the same verbiage. That is so cool.
I've said this years ago, but
because I say this on stream a lot too. Not probably a lot. At least in casual conversation, I've said this before. I've observed a lot of people, especially reactors, and how they get emotionally invested in these stories. And I think they almost judge characters based upon how they would judge them in real life. Mm-hmm. I'm like a sociopath when I consume media. I look at everything as a tool. This is the exact verbiage I've used constantly: is every fucking character is a tool in service of the story. That's what
I think that, but I sort of see both sides, because I do think that, and that's especially how I try to think of that, because as someone who also makes stories. But emotionally, we do think of the characters as more than just an object, right? Like we connect to or maybe like connect to their ideas, and some people even have deeper reactions to that. So like I understand that as well. So, but I won't go into too much more detail about that. So, but anyway,
sure. Oh, because even me, right? Like, I'll defer to like this. Even correlates with what we were talking about earlier, with Yhwach versus Aizen, and my perception of them, who I like more as a villain. I think I might defer more to Aizen because he just resonates with me personally a little bit more. So I completely get it. I think balance of both is good.
Yeah. But anyway, I guess now we're going into the Kyoraku the fight. Which is
how is it so peak, man? Back to back, it's just like, oh my god, it's like bam, 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 you're just getting hit with peak.
And Kubo's unreal, honestly. It's I don't believe it. Oh wait, actually I had one more thought about the Nemu fight, because Pernida, the basically the hand is ultimately defeated because it absorbs Nemu's body and gains there basically Nemu was a construction that is combining restraint and evolution, because like she has these cells that continually grow, but there's a inhibitor in her brain that keeps her from self-destructing. So Pernida takes the growth, which is fitting for it. It's the left hand of progress, but it's completely unrestrained growth with no so basically like Kurasuchi's arc is like he starts out from a position of stagnance. In his second fight, he learns, he challenges someone who represents his past self as he's gone more into progress. And then in his last fight, he sees someone who's the complete extreme of what he's become, in a sense of being pro progress. So I don't know. He just has, a really cool arc across the story, shown through his fights.
That is really cool. Yeah. Damn. Oh, man. All right.
Now I'm ready for the Kyoraku fight.
Kyoraku. Really, really cool fight at the beginning here mechanically, I have to say.
It's actually kind of interesting how, because what's his name? He's Lille, I think. Is it just Lille or?
No, I think it's I'm forgetting.
Because
I don't think it's Lille.
That's what I wrote down. Maybe it's short for something else, but that's what I wrote down.
Let me Bleach, Stern Ritter,
X.
Maybe it is Lille. I think it's Lille or something.
Lille. Okay.
It's Lille.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that.
I think it's probably like Lille or Lille.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Lille. Okay, yeah, I'll try.
Yeah.
But because I thought it was because normally the Quincy's have been represented by shadow, but instead Kyoraku's shadow and Lille is light.
You just call him
X.
So. You just call him
X. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
You bullying
Since
me.
neither of us know, if we don't want to embarrass ourselves anymore.
Yes. So. So I just thought the motif swap was interesting.
There's not much in terms of the beginning fight for me, other than I think it's like really, really, it's just a fun fight mechanically. God, the explanations are pretty cool.
And I'm just looking at the page of the his Bankai. with the fucking the tree and the shadow, and you see the silhouette of his Bankai's sword spirit on his shoulder. It's just like the fucking
it's just one of those things, man. One of those things that Kubo just knows raw. He knows peak. He knows aura.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to mention right before that though. I love this line. The scary thing about children's games is that you have no idea when or what game's about to start. No matter how uninterested you are, once they take you by the hand, it's all over. You're stuck playing it until death. Your hand's already been taken, so let's keep playing until death, shall we? That's so this is what I mean. This is what I was saying last episode, man. The dialogue in 1,000-Year Blood War, I might just be crazy, but I feel like it's elevated consistently, unlike ever before. It's just banger line after banger line. Bro, if I commend myself on my dialogue, but let me tell you, I don't think my dialogue is consistently like 1,000-Year Blood Wars has been. Kubo just went next level on the consistency of just raw quote after raw quote. Because that whole sequence of dialogue from Shunsui right there is it's so good. It's so good. It's such a cool explanation of his ability. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, I went on a tangent, but...
No, all good. Also, I wish I could remember what it said, but I do remember there was someone who did an analysis about Kyoraku's Bankai and how it connects to either it's referencing a play or just talking about how the axe, and because it's theater suicide.
Oh, I do have something to say about the axe, actually.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, but you.
I just don't remember what it said. I was basically done.
Okay.
I just remember it was there, but I don't know if I have a link to it. I'll poke around.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Because I was gonna say, not much, because this connects to another parallel observation I have. So just like the previous Captain Commander, Shunsui is affecting everyone in the general vicinity with his Bankai. People are literally they're getting the shivers. Just back in the first invasion at the beginning of 1,000-Year Blood War, people were literally people's lips were cracking. The Shunsui's, I think, specifically was. Isane was oh no, my skin, it was literally it was drying up the environment, and Shunsui is literally giving the chills to the entire environment. So hey, Captain Commander Aura, man, it affects everyone when they go Bankai. But his Bankai also comes in stages like Yama's. East and west, but for Shunsui's Act 1's, Acts 1, Acts 2, and they even have the same number of stages. Yamamoto has east, west, south, and north, 4, and Shunsui has 1, 2, 3, 4 acts, right? So I find that parallel pretty cool.
Okay.
And that they're both Captain Commander, and even the way their abilities manifest in terms of their Bankai is very similar. So cool stuff.
So yeah, I actually did find it. I'm gonna link it to you right now. But basically, I'm just kind of skimming it. But one observation it made that's neat about is how his Shikai is in children's games, but his Bankai is an adult's play being enacted by him and his opponent. And I was like, oh yeah.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy, Crafts. I don't even know if you're gonna believe me when you say this.
Did you come up with that already?
No.
Oh, okay,
it's not that I came up with it already. Literally, as soon as you said his Shikai is a children's game, I immediately was oh, Bankai, adult game. Literally, as soon as all it took was you saying that, immediately in my mind, oh,
yeah, no, that yeah, right,
yeah, dude, that's because so
it's also reference. It's reference to a real play as well. That's called what's the name? Solonizaki Shinju, an old Japanese play about a pair of lovers who pledge themselves to a suicide pact. So there's a cultural reference there that we would not, but there's some differences. He goes into it. The writer of this goes into a bit more. I'm not going to read the rest until later, unfortunately, but I'll link it in the description. Check it out. Just about how his Bankai folds into his character in some other ways. That's really neat.
Oh my God! Wait, tying into this, I'm reading my notes too. Oh my God! Wait, I just got something more out of this fight. Okay, I'm going to read what I wrote real quick. And then I'm gonna piggyback off my own comment with what I just thought of. So I wrote, everything about Shunsui's Shikai comes from the ability of the blade he uses to hide Nanao's Zanpakuto. Even the humanoid body of the Zanpakuto is a little girl. That comes from the one blade he has that's not his own. Shunsui plays games that involve shadows, representative of the child he still sees in Nanao, watching her grow up and the fact that he is hiding her inheritance. When he finally gives her that sword, it's representative of no longer seeing her as a kid. He can't play games with her anymore because she's all grown up. He entrusts her to the final battle. And now that I see that, his Bankai is a show. He's getting a play. So when I see him giving her that blade and guiding her, I see him as like, this is the show I've cultivated. Nanao is the performer, right?
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
thing.
okay.
Nanao is actually the true performer of my ultimate. My ultimate move was actually enshrouding this thing that I was going to give to Nanao, because again, Nanao even says, I don't remember the specific dialogue, but she says, knowing you don't even believe in curses. So it's not like you never intended, and I piggyback off that in my mind. I think, oh, so it's not like he ever intended to never give it to her. It's just that he waited for the correct time. And now that the stage is set, he's perfectly set the stage for her. Now he thinks she can perform to her best ability. Thinking about it in that play spectrum too makes it really, really cool. And he's literally, because where is he? Where is he? Literally, he's behind her. He's backstage, right? He's backstage.
Oh my
backstage
God.
support. Oh my God! I'm coming up with symbolism off the brim in the middle of it. Oh, it's so cool. This fight is so cool.
That's what I love about Bleach. It's just it feels so endless, right? Like the flashback is so adds so much to his character. I think with just like I love the little bit because there was the little tease with Ohana. She's saying like, oh, you're wearing another woman's kimono, but then we see that it's like, oh, Nanao saw him before. And then she recognized him again later, and he changed his kimono because he's trying to hide himself from Nanao. Because he'd been around her estate before, and but ultimately, she knew anyway. But just the little bits of like context and stuff, and the whole thing about the curse and Kyoraku's siblings. Just really like he lost this woman that he cared about, even though she married his brother. And the way he sort of like he protected Lisa and Nanao, and like sort of trying to make up for that failure by keeping tabs on other girls, right? I don't know, just good stuff.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And then also I was just thinking about how you have X who continually comments on how things are sinful, right? That he sort of represents like a godly like desire for his subjects to be perfect in God's eyes, right? Where Kyoraku, he's a very flawed person with his own backstory of sin, and but he's like he's not being held back by that at all, and he's still guiding Nanao even though he's had so many failures, right? I don't know, just a possible contrast between the two.
Because it does really feel like a battle to test which belief system is superior.
Mm-hmm.
The Soul Reaper spirituality or the Quincy's reverence to their god. It really does feel like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yizzer. Well, because even in the power, it's all this X guy's power, right? Whereas, and what is Yuhabaha if not like it's all power for him? What does Shunsui do? He allows Nanao to inherit the power he's been saving for her and allows her to finish the job, right? So it's kind of like, and which ties in. How does this tie in? Literally the final stuff at the very end of Bleach where Yuhabaha comes back and it's Ichigo's little inheritor that snuffs him out, right? So that's cool stuff. Cool stuff. I kind of spoiled a lot of some of the notes I was going to say later, but there you go, guys.
All good.
We'll sneak peek spoiler.
Do you have any more to say about the Kyoraku Nanao X fight?
No, the only thing I'll say is because the tweet didn't get a ton of engagement, so I will mention something I did mention in the fight. A really cool parallel. In Soul Society, we see Zangetsu use a Quincy's shadow to support Ichigo from behind, and now we see Shunsui using his Soul Reaper shadow to support Nanao from behind. I think visually, the visual parallel and the fact that contextually it's pretty much the same is really fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I also hadn't noticed that, but I liked your tweet. I think it was neat. So yeah, moving on from that fight out, do you have any takeaways whatsoever about Izuru's what I think is his last scene in the manga? I don't think he shows up. I mean, the panel he shows up in is insanely cool with his sword being in Shikai form and bent, and then like the way the moon is framed in his like the hole in his chest, like it looks really fucking cool. But I'm not sure if I have anything to take from it aside from it's a really cool panel, and yeah, it's Izuru. He's back, I guess.
Yeah, I think I had some thoughts, but
Okay.
they were a little bit scattered. I actually remember pausing on this and really thinking about it, and because it's something to do with making the angel kneel, and I was thinking about like the symbolism, like the little angels kneel, because the guy did like it. I mean, because his ultimate form is like kind of a parallel to what apparently the biblical accurate angels are supposed to look like, right?
Yeah, I don't know if he's referencing any specific
lines.
ones, but yes, it's definitely like they're very inhuman or very like unlike anything on Earth and monsterish. Yes, a lot of or some of them.
Yeah, but I didn't really come to any hard line conclusion on that line of thinking. Yeah, so I just kind of stopped thinking about it and moved on. Admittedly, it is what it is. I will say, one thing I want to mention, because I think on, volume, because right before this we hit volume 72, and it's from Uryu's perspective, and it's, if my words had a form, they wouldn't reach you standing in the dark. I hope someone has a hot take on this one. I just looked at that and thought, Uryu's words to Yhwach.
Oh, yeah. Let me look
but I think that's like the obvious answer. So hopefully, maybe someone will tell me like, oh no, actually, there's like a more epic subtextual answer to this.
I was thinking, because when I think of standing in the dark, I think of Ichigo, the sun born in the dark.
You know what? I literally alluded to this earlier when I said he's not portraying the heart. His words won't reach them. His heart won't reach them, bro. Yeah, it is Ichigo. It is Ichigo. Fuck, I'm retarded. Yeah, I should have just connected to what I was saying earlier. Man. Yeah, it is to Ichigo. Yeah.
It's okay. Glad you brought it up, or you never would have realized that. So
there you go.
But anyway, after that we get Gerard Valkyrie, the miracle, who I don't know. I like how it's a team fight, which are pretty fucking rare in Bleach. So you get a guy who like
epic.
I guess actually, come to think of it, all of these are team fights. Now that I think about it, there's no way, like, because even like even excluding Kurosuchi and Nemu, Kenpachi helped in that fight. Kyoraku and Nanao, and you have a bunch like Grimjo and Urahara and Nell versus Askin, and like fucking so many characters against Gerard as well. I guess the Askin one is first, actually. Never mind. Sorry, I just the fucking interaction with Yoruichi and her brother is like he's trying to hug her and she like fends him off and fights him, and then like she's like, I guess you've grown strong since the last time I saw you. Like she's just being super sarcastic, and he breaks into tears because like they're just so stupid. Holy shit. Unusual choice of character to introduce in the last arc, I guess. And maybe there were other ideas with him because he doesn't have a major impact, I would say, but he's
doesn't really have much of a role. Yeah.
He's cute and funny, I guess. So I'll take it. I'll take what I got.
Our resident femboy.
Speaking of cool powers, go ahead.
I did mention because at this point I was really I thought about it. I was like, you know what? It's really crazy how most of 1,000-Year Blood War doesn't have Ichigo fighting at all.
Yeah,
He doesn't. Well, more than anything else, the only real fighting he does is a little scuffle once or twice. He doesn't go into an all-out battle until the very end against Yhwach. But even that is pretty much one-sided. There's like not really much back and forth going on. So it's really interesting when you think about it like that. It's like, damn, this is like a very unprecedented arc for the final arc, which makes sense, of course, because it's the final.
Yeah. Well, because especially compared. Yeah, you're right. Compared to the other arcs, so it's like Soul Society.
Like,
I felt like
Ichigo's like literally it's back to back. Ichigo's fighting. Ichigo's fighting.
Soul Society too. Honestly,
Soul Society too. Yeah, but this arc is like Ichigo doesn't fight at all basically until the end. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, I was skimming ahead, and there's actually like a bunch of back and forths before we get to the Oskin fight. So if there's anything you wanted to say about the earlier exchanges, I already mentioned the Yoruichi one.
On one of these volumes, it might even be on the 72 one. Kubo mentions that he based the top 4 Sternritter on eras of war. And I think it was like, here, let me just go back to it. And it was like modern,
which would be X, or I guess Askin would be biological warfare.
Askin,
yeah,
right?
So right.
Yeah. Let me just go back real quick.
Where Gerard is obviously like knights and
that
Norse.
Must be in volume 73.
Okay.
Yeah, that he says that. Let me skim ahead to volume 73. Is it this? Yes, the motifs of the top 4 Quincy's are based on different eras of war: ancient, medieval, modern, and current. So I would imagine ancient is left hand of Reo, that motherfucker. Medieval, of course, would be the Miracle Boy.
Gerard, yeah.
Gerard. Modern and current. I don't know what he was cooking in the kitchen by saying modern and current.
I feel like modern would be
modern. I guess would be in the future. Like,
well, no, actually, hold on. Because I'm thinking maybe modern would be Askin, because if you look into a lot of like conflicts like Vietnam, there's a lot of like biological warfare.
Warfare.
Nowadays maybe because he's a sniper, so maybe it's more of like an espionage, right? Like we don't have big I guess in the 2000s, like they're like I don't know, war is just in a different shape. Maybe I don't know.
There's a lot of proxy wars. There's not like a huge like modern, as in like we've had very very big conflicts in recent history with a lot of like advanced technology like gases and bombs and stuff. So yeah, that makes sense. So Askin modern, current would be the X. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
By the way, Battlefield Burning is a great fucking volume title for 73. And Renji is surprisingly on the cover. It's interesting that. It's not even super interesting because of Renji's moment with Ichigo. I mean, it's not in this volume; it's in the next volume. But like his moment with Ichigo is really, really impactful. He plays the role of Ishin, right?
Yes.
Which is a really important role. By that I mean he plays the role Ishin did in the end of Arrancar. So,
but yeah, we're good. I'm just backing up a little bit to see if there's anything else I had to say, because we do get the first bit of the Uryu flashback with his dad cutting up his mom. But I guess.
Before that, there is one thing I gotta say.
Go ahead. Of course.
In the Askin fight, when he's fighting Yoruichi.
Or the brief little.
I did save a picture. I'll send it to you, and then you can put it up on the. Fuck, where is it? I'm gonna find it. Don't worry. It's in my phone. I'm pretty sure. Let me just look. I've been taking a lot of screenshots, evidently. Jesus. Oh, I found it. Let's go. Okay. Well, now that I found it, I don't know why I'm finding it in my camera roll and not on Discord to send it to you. HotBoySpicy coming out, guys. Hold on one second. Let me find it again. Boop, 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 doop. Got it. All right, this one right here. The way Askin looks to his dialogue, it just radiates Aizen energy. What will His Majesty create after destroying the 3 worlds? Don't you want to see what that is? And then the way he looks, the angle, the expression. Bro, this is like Aizen. It's as if Aizen was talking. You could put Aizen. This is the same comment I had about on that dialogue I had of Masaki in the flashback, where she's talking about like, well, I don't care about like what the future, like if I can't do what all that I can to help help people in need now, like I'm going to regret it later, and I don't want to regret. You could literally put Ichigo on that panel; it would make complete sense. In the same way, I feel like if you put Aizen here, it would make complete sense with the dialogue and the way he is. So, yeah, that's just a cool thing I noticed. Especially since, who's he fighting? He's fighting Uryu. Not Uryu. Urahara. Fucking A. Glad I caught that myself. Urahara. He's fighting Urahara here. So, it makes it even funnier. Just because, as I've said time and time again, first half of Bleach is essentially a big chess match against Urahara and Aizen. So
before there, though, because I was at the when Uryu, well, because we get the little flashback of Uryu mentioning that he wouldn't be a doctor, and then after that he meets Haschwalth, and Haschwalth is like, he has Almighty, so he can literally like see the future, and he notes, he basically calls out Uryu's betrayal, and he also when he sees Ichigo. And like Uryu's fucking expression when he sees Ichigo is just like, because he's like, it's just the way the eyebrows are so like, there's just that little bit of doubt and or apprehension, I guess, in his expression. Maybe that's not the word I'm looking for, but I don't know. Very good.
No, I get what you mean now. Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess basically an observation I had about Haschwalth here is how because he's the one who's been by Yhwach's side. But Uryu is the one who was chosen as the successor. And I just noticed how, like, he's showing way more emotion here than he ever has, really, and ever does. I was just wondering if it's, like, maybe there's a level at which he's more like Baz in this moment, because, like, Baz was sort of like, he felt entitled to something that he didn't get, right? Because he wanted to be... he thought he was stronger than Haschwalth, and so when he didn't get that, there was an anger there, and so now you have Haschwalth fighting Uryu, the hypothetical, the would-be successor to Yhwach versus like the actual chosen successor. So maybe that, like, at least he's outwardly expressing that sort of like like that animosity, I guess. Is that what he it was just a thought I had. Because obviously he ultimately wants Yhwach defeated, but like there's that, like, he's playing a part, so to speak. So
I interpret it a little bit differently.
Go ahead.
I hadn't really thought about it, but now that I'm re-looking at the scene, you're almost a different person from earlier. You seem so full of hope right now. Is this the same scene you're talking about?
I believe they're hold on. Yeah, they're in the same chat because no, that's a little later.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah.
The way he looks, I see it as him likening, and I did hear you say Basby, and maybe you'd already said this. I'm just going to be regurgitating.
Go ahead.
Exactly what you said at the very end of the presentation, but I see Haschwalth as that resentment is seeing a potential that he could never understand. And that he might be seeing a little bit of Basby, and that's where the regret is coming from. Because Haschwalth says something interesting. He talks about regret at the end of his death, and maybe some of that regret is in his eyes here. Because by seeing the heart portrayed through Uryu and Ichigo's dialogue, and them counting on him and stuff, that may be what he's thinking. Because what you said about Uryu being the successor, we know that's Haschwalth doesn't think that. No one thinks that. Because there was that little bit of dialogue.
Okay, yeah, that was okay.
Where literally, I don't remember which Sternritter, but they said, "Isn't that right, successor?" And this is after the revelation that Uryu is quote unquote the next successor. And Haschwalth even has this dialogue saying, like, this is a facade to get people riled up, so Uryu is backed up in a corner and can't do anything even if he wanted to. The real successor is Haschwalth. Haschwalth knows that. Okay. So again, that's why I'm interpreting a little bit differently.
No, you're right. That was
like factually, everyone, because they can see the future. They knew Uryu was going to be a traitor, so they never intended on him being because a traitor can't be the successor. So yeah, that's the way I see it.
No, I like your observation, like comparing the Uryu Ichigo dynamic to Haschwalth and Basby, and him seeing that.
Yeah, like could have been, basically, right?
Exactly. And also, just I like the line of just like the fact that you were surprised just now means you did not previously see me full of hope. and just like the future changed, and it's just good little interaction.
Yeah, and the coolest part is because that's later expanded upon too, and when Hasselhoff is like, oh, this is just borrowed power, so there's a lot of limitations. It's not going to be the case with our boy Yhwach. So yeah, cool hype. And hey, I don't know. Do we move into the Urahara asking shit? Because
no, because okay. I have something to say about Chad's last major scene in the manga.
Oh, nice, good stuff. Because while you start up on that, I'm gonna pee real quick.
Okay. So basically, they're running to go fight Yhwach, and Chad protects Chad opens the path for Ichigo. Like the two spears come down, and Chad busts them open, and then he just he lets Ichigo leave basically, and of course, for Ichigo, has the guy who has to protect everyone, but formally, he lets it happen. He lets Chad stay behind and fight so that he can go forward without having to worry. But specifically, what I thought was interesting was he has the line with to Ganju, because Ganju comes in and Chad says, "Do you like unglamorous work, Ganju?" And Ichigo can only see the path he's on. So our job is to clean everything up in the castle so we could, pave a back for Ichigo. So he's, literally covering Ichigo's back, which, I mentioned during like the Uryu, Ichigo having people behind him has been kind of a recurring thing where it's like, he fought back to back with Uryu. Or he may wanted to be at his side rather than behind him. And so to speak, but I guess what had me thinking was the line of unglamorous work, because Chad has kind of been the jobber, but so I don't know. There's a level of acceptance to that in a sense, because being a jobber is unglamorous. Your job is to lose to make someone else look cool, right? And Chad gets his ass beat, but just as the other cool thing, the strength of jobbers in a sense is that for all the times they get knocked down, they get back up, right? And here Chad is in the final battleground. So it's I'd be really curious to see what changes in this arc, to see if he gets a more resolute conclusion. Because it's not very dramatic. It's not a cool fight to just cap off his character arc, but it's something, and I think it's neat. And because
I will say,
go ahead.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say he's just helping his friends in any way that he can, as someone who isn't the strongest guy in the room, and that's still that's still important. Because I literally had a friend who actually I think maybe did Titania maybe mention Chad and how he's not shit on as much, or someone, I feel like someone mentioned that. And literally a couple of months ago, I was talking to a friend and we were talking about Bleach, and he's like, yeah, Chad just shouldn't have been in the manga. And I'm like, no. And I explained some of the good things I got out of Chad at that point in Bleach that we were at, right? So it's because he's not a glamorous character. He's a jobber, but someone needs to be the jobber, right? And I don't know. I like Chad. He's not one of my favorite characters in Bleach, but I still like him.
I will say, and I don't think you necessarily need a jobber to elevate character's power.
True.
I don't think you necessarily need a punching bag of the story, essentially. Even if it is positive. What I will say though is it's interesting that you say glamour. You use the words glamorous, and you say he's a jobber, because
well, he uses the word unglamorous. Yeah.
What do we see at the end of the story? He is not only beating everyone in boxing, the opposite of a jobber, but he has the most glamorous occupation out of any of the other people. So it's a complete reversal in their adult occupations. Ichigo's like a translator, which is cool. It's a cool job, especially for someone like Ichigo, but it's not near as what we would consider quote unquote glamorous, as literally an all-star boxer beating up everyone, right? Like the Mike Tyson of the Bleach verse or whatever.
I didn't think. No, you're right. That's completely fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is interesting. So you could view it in a way that Chad acted his role as a support to the extent and to the best of his abilities, even aiding the man who used to kind of roast him for his jobber status and say, I don't know if you're strong enough, Chad. Yet still, Chad didn't even think twice about giving Ichigo his powers, because he knows it mattered to him that much. You could say he gets rewarded and for most of the rest of his life by being, the opposite, by getting all of the shine, whereas everyone else is kind of in the background now, watching. Because where it used to be, everyone's watching Ichigo. Ichigo's the big guy coming in, saving the day, fighting Aizen. Now, what are they doing? Everyone's gathering to watch him on the big screen, right? That's kind of cool. That is really cool.
Oh, yeah.
This is stuff. This is I literally just said all the notes I had for him, basically, but the end there for his ending stuff. So I will say I did get a little bit more out of Chad because of that final occupational status that we see from him.
Yeah, and honestly, just to look at Chad as a whole is just, I really like how he's just the chillest motherfucking dude. No drama, no moments of I'm going to doubt my friends or I'm going to be slightly mean to them. He's just always got his friends back. He's always there for him. He's just he's just such a positive dude, and I just can't help but like that because, more
than that, he actively dispels drama. What do we
exactly.
see right as soon as it's revealed? Uryu's with Yhwach. Urahime is like, ha! Urahime is trying to make a joke, and Ichigo's like, I'm not in the mood for jokes. I'm pouting about Uryu. And then Chad's like, you bitch.
He throws him into the fucking wall.
Drama, bro. We're going to go. I know, dude. He said, we're going to knock the sense out of Uryu. Fuck you, man. We're going up there. We're going fucking back up there. Yeah, he's literally he's Giga Chad. I will say, though, that's not to say that I want more here. I want to see some cool thing happen where, Chad and our boy Ganju are fighting him off. They're doing pretty well, but then some new unexpected threat comes in. And it's actually pretty daunting. And they got to do a collaborative teamwork, kind of like the motif of this art where it's a team battle. And it's actually challenging. You get to see all their abilities. I want to see that in the 1,000-Year Blood War anime because that's all I think Chad needs in this arc. That's literally it, is to see a cool challenge and a cool fight with him in this moment instead of just skipping over it. That's all we need. Really, that's all we need. And I think Chad is perfectly justified in this story. Well, mostly he already is, but I think in 1,000 Year Blood War.
I definitely. So I think my stance, because I'm really curious about watching the 1,000 Year Blood War and seeing how it adds to the material. But I think, because I was thinking about it with my Yhwach video, where I talk about how the fight works out, how the mechanics of it, and his loss, right? I think because I did think about should I wait and do this video later? And I realized the sort of implicit point I want to make by doing it sooner is because the arc is already good. 1,000 Year Blood War is already really fucking good, right? And so with Chad, I feel like it's the same way. So basically by making the video sooner rather than later, I'd be implicitly saying it's already good, even if it makes it better, it still works now. It doesn't need to be fixed. Yes. It's just, it can, yes. It's just why not improve it,
completely
right?
Agree.
And that's where I feel with Chad. He's already good. I already like him quite a lot, right? Of course he can be made better. You can give every character 3 more fights and they'd probably be better. Almost every character. Ichigo doesn't need any more fights, let's be real. But I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no.
Yeah, holistically I agree with you, but with Chad specifically, I will say
I agree. I understand where you're coming from.
The one qualm I have with him, which is the fact that I feel like we did need to see a good struggle in this moment where we linger on him a little bit with him and Ganju, and they get a really cool, because I think it'd be great for Ganju too. We haven't really seen him at all.
No, not yet. Even though he's been around more so than a lot of other side, we see more of Ganju than we see any of the Fullbringers, I'm pretty sure. So and they're more important, honestly. Particularly Tsukishima.
Fuck, what was I just gonna say? Shit, it just evaded me.
Bleach is already good, but you want to fight for Chad.
Oh, yeah. Okay, on the 1,000 Year Blood War anime, the last thing I'm going to say about it in this entire podcast, okay? I would be excited if I were you, because the one thing I do know about it is where we end. So there's 2 cores left, okay?
Yes.
We've already gone through 2 cores, and we've blown through so much material. So where core 2 ends is right before Yhwach regains the Almighty against Ichibei. And if we have 2 cores left from that point,
there's going to be I've been thinking about that. Yes.
There's going to be a lot of additional material is what it's looking like.
Because that's 26 episodes for what, 5, how many, 5 volumes, 6 volumes, give or take? Yeah.
So we're going to be getting some juicy additional material, and I hope and pray Chad is given justice. I want to see, and Ganju, yeah, I want to see the fight. I want to see a cool fight with them.
Yeah. No,
Please,
I think what I might do is I'll try to catch up to One Piece, and then I'll watch all of Bleach before Thousand Year Blood War Part 4 comes out. Like, if I might, if it's a couple of years, I might actually be able to do that, but I'll see what happens. Yeah.
Epic swag, dope.
So now we are finally in the Oskin fight. Let's fucking. Oh God, I just saw I was scrolling by and I saw the God of Thunder 3, where the chapter name is drawn onto Yoruichi's ass.
Yeah, Kubo, he's one of us.
So thirsty.
Let's go.
So firstly, I just another Oskin's power is so fucking good. I just love this, these kind of just wild and crazy inventive abilities. He can affect people's, he can make himself immune to things by exposing themselves and then increasing his lethal dose and then he makes other people I think it was earlier or maybe when it was when he was fighting Squad Zero. He was like, yeah, your blood is now now lethal to you. So but he cuts it out of him, and it's that's so fucking cool. He just cuts himself so now he has less blood in his body, and it's just I don't know, just really neat how his power works, and the sort of the way that it factors into the fight. It's a fun fight. I also when Urahara applies his medicine to Yoruichi, and he's like, when I flip this page, you'll be transformed, and it does a page flip. There's an in-universe page flip and an out-of-universe page flip as you turn the page to see Yoruichi's transformation, and it's just
really
God.
Cool, really cool, yeah. I just now saw it too.
Yes.
I will say, this fight just confirms it. I don't care. It's not even subtextual. They be fucking.
Yeah.
Or if they don't be fucking now, they did be fucking. Okay. 100%. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you can have a platonic relationship like this, bro. Smack.
Well, she's just what she.
She even comments, I think, right? Before this, she's you're why are you're still touching my ass, bro? So it removes her inhibitions or sensibilities, and what does she do after she thinks she's beaten Askin? She goes and hops onto Yoruichi, or not Urahara, and licks his cheek, and he does say he's the only one who can control her, right? So he's the only one who can handle her in bed, is what that means. Yeah. See, I see the subtext.
Not even being subtle, Kubo. But yeah, and of course we I don't know, just it's I also just Urahara also relying on Nell and Grimjaw as well. And just Grimjaw just comes in at a great moment to rips out Oskin's fucking heart. God. We also see Urahara's Bankai is really interesting. I mean, maybe it was brought up more in the or maybe it was brought up in that one analysis, but just the fact that he literally wants to reconstruct the world, but he had to he's so much like Aizen. He beat that part of himself into submission, right? He beat it into submission, and now
he's the perfect adherer to the world. As much as, and this is another argument for Urahara, and I mean Askin might have mentioned the comment, I just don't remember already after reading it today, that like them, Urahara very much placated to maintaining the balance in the Soul Society and keeping the Soul Society in power and stuff. So he's very much in line with their ideology too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that could just be part of the ego he beat out of himself by pulling his Bankai into submission, mm-hmm. i.e. himself, right? Really cool stuff. I want to say too, we see the motif again here, Bankai, and then what is it? It's just Bankai with a black background. I find that really, not only is it really fucking cool, but I have a note on it here. I accidentally scrolled down. Let me go find it again. That's not it.
You okay there?
Oh yeah. I found it. I write. I don't know if it's only been prevalent in 1,000 Year Blood War, but the motif of important characters finally doing Bankai and having the words Bankai just in a completely black panel is really sick. And not only that, you could say it's representative of Soul Reapers. It's the peak of their Soul Reaper power, and black equals Soul Reapers, especially in the context of them fighting the White Quincy's. So,
yeah.
So like I don't know, I look at it more than this just a black background. It's like, oh no, this is like the Soul Reaper peak, Bankai, right? Cool.
But yeah, I guess to bring up a couple contrasts that I think are neat is like in the page you showed, Askin, he wants to see what's beyond, right? He wants to see the world he can't imagine, I guess. Where Urahara perhaps can imagine the world, but he can reconstruct if he was more like Aizen wants him to be, but he resists that, right? So there's that like sort of progress versus I guess in Urahara's case, like, desire for stillness in a different way than the Kurasuchi Pernida fight. The other contrast I thought I noticed is how Urahara talks about how he makes 1,000 preparations so that he could, we prepare for death to avoid death, right? Like, he's aware of his death, and ultimately he has his Bankai, right? He knows that it's inevitable and it's going to happen. But like he still doesn't want it to happen. He'll prefer to happen on his own terms than just by fighting in a war, right? So he's accepting of his death while ultimately, trying to find ways to subvert it when possible. Where Askin, his power becomes unleashed when he dies. So he's ultimately limiting himself because he doesn't want to die, right? Like none of the Quincy's want to sacrifice themselves or ever meet their death. They want to go on to that new world. But once he's killed, his power becomes unlimited, and
Urahara is the opposite in that, like, his reconstruction to avoid death literally empowers him. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That is
right.
Really cool.
Yeah, where Askin's only unlimited after he dies, because like he's always restricting himself because he wants to live, right? So that's kind of why he loses, right? Like, yeah, as apparently we find out in Can't Figure Out the World, because like the chapter ends and it's like. Like Urahara's like, I'll leave everything to you, Kurosaki and Rukia, or Kuchiki, and that's the like we just don't see any more of them in the manga. Like their fate is very much like, because it's like,
well, we know that, we know they're gonna get saved, right? Because of
Nell moving up, but we don't. It's it's.
And I do comment on that too. So it's great that you mentioned because my other before that. I'm glad you mentioned the fear part of Aizen, how Urahara overcomes fear as his meticulous planning. So I wrote, this fight finally reveals Urahara's methods to overcome fear. He prepares to the extent that he has all possible scenarios mapped out so that he can go into a fight without the fear of the unknown, because that is essentially where Urahara's fears lie, in the unknown. Especially portrayed when he discarded the Hogyoku for fearing a power that he couldn't see the limits of. Or, in other words, we fear that which we cannot see. Volume 1's poem. Urahara is the opposite of Aizen in that Aizen is invigorated by the unknown, where Urahara constantly battles his fear of it. It's not that he wants to necessarily avoid the unknown, is that it's a constant battle for him to cope with the fear of the unknown. That's especially portrayed in how he maps out his fights. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
And then on that note, the Nell note, I love how Urahara's final contingency that Askin picked up on before his death is something as simple as having another comrade around to get them out, to get all of them out. Because it also really emphasizes the power of friendship, shonen trope, in a kind of funny, cool way. It's cool, and to an extent, the heart, in a sense. Yeah, ironic because Grimjow rips out Askin's heart.
Before we get into the Gerard fight, there's a little exchange right before, or as this section starts, where just the interaction between Hitsugai and Byakuya, where Hitsugai mentions the height difference, and Byakuya's like looking at him, and he's like, "What? Were you gonna say I always have a height disadvantage?" And Byakuya's like, "No, that's I'm
so
not.
Great.
I'm sorry." And it's like, "Why are you apologizing?" Like they're just so like the series, just two very serious characters having a very goofy interaction is it's great.
This is just in the end, like his like throwing his hands up in the air. I'm sorry. It's just it's
trying to cover
comedy. Hey,
yeah.
you know, it's something we talked about in early Bleach and how Soul Society kept up the comedy. The comedy's still here, man. Not as prevalent as before, but it is here. And whenever it does come around again, it generally lands really well.
And then even right after that, it's a little more understated, but there's the like Hitsugaya says, "Oh, so Gerard wasn't always that big then," and then he's like, look at Vega, he's like, "What? If you got something to say it." And he's like, "No, you're just being sensitive." I guess like the implication is like, oh, Hitsugaya, you know, he's small and he can get bigger later, and Gerard was small and now he's bigger. Like, I don't know, something about like connecting like Hitsugaya's desire to grow and his comment about Gerard. I was wondering if you had anything else to say about that, or if you had a different reading. Oh no, never mind. Maybe it was more of like because Gerard got bigger when he gets hurt. And maybe the joke was going to be Byakuya's like, oh, maybe, you know, Hitsugaya doesn't get bigger when he gets hurt. So because he wants to be bigger. I don't know.
I mean, I had the more forehead approach to reading this. I mean, okay. So he wasn't always that big. I took as Hitsugaya literally just coping with the fact that like, oh, his like natural state is much smaller, like where he's supposed to be.
Okay.
And therefore I don't feel as bad for being way shorter. It's just I mean, I didn't really think too much about it. I took it exactly as Byakuya took it.
Gotcha.
Like, just being overly sensitive.
Okay.
I literally just took this sequence at face value. I didn't really.
Well, I mean, I think there was a joke in Gintama that I forget what it was. Like something about like a character calling a piece of shit. No, he like one character made something and Gintoki was talking about how it looks like a piece of shit, and they reacted badly, and he's like, oh, if you react that you must that means that you agree that it looks like shit or something like that. But I just like. I don't know, I was seeing something similar to that where it's like, Hitsugaya is like, he's imagining a joke in his head that Byakuya could make. And, right, so, like, I'm just trying to figure out the joke that he's thinking of, right? That, I guess, was more, like, my line of thought. But, because it's never said, so, anyway. But anyway, yeah, I guess generally speaking, any thoughts on the Gerard fight? Because we got Kenpachi's Bankai, we got Hitsugaya's fully completed Bankai.
I don't have much to say about it, other than it's really cool. I do write, if you're fine jumping around just a little bit.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I write here. Right before that, I do have like kind of a question, half joking. Did Kenpachi rip off Miracle's arm with spiritual pressure? That's what it looks like in that one panel where he. Initially goes Bankai.
Let me go see.
Yeah, I gotta go look at it. See Bankai in the black again. Fucking looking dope as hell. Face. Yeah, it looks like he just screams and he just spiritual pressure comes out and just rips off his arm. That's what it looks like.
Is he I interpret it as him holding, like he oh no wait he screams, but like I don't know, the way the arm's really low because he punched down, so I assume that he just grabbed it and pulled it off.
Okay, yeah, because I don't see like an arm. I would feel like if Kubo's intentions were that, you would at least see his arm.
Maybe. I mean, you could be right. So because there is no left arm that you can really see there. So
hopefully it'll be cleared up in the anime.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the cool thing I want to mention is Toshiro has to literally mature his body to use his Bankai's full power, whereas Kenpachi's power is so great his adult body can't even handle it. Epic.
Yes.
That just shows you, like, the disparity just shows you how crazy insane the output of power is in Kenpachi's Bankai.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, you know what I just noticed too visually? His own sword can't even handle it. Oh. That's why it's fucking broken, because his own sword can't even handle his power.
You're right.
The power his Bankai just passively exudes.
Sheesh. Because there was the comment on about how his sword was broken. Another note is Hitsugaya mentions that he doesn't like his adult form that much, and I read that as like he's more aware now of his like lack of maturity, I think, and more accepted. Like he's because his Bankai displays his desire to be more mature, right? but there's also like he doesn't like that aspect of himself, I guess. So just just a little note there. And then more relevant to Gerard, because they kind of just keep hitting him until like because they kill him and he comes back from the dead, and then they finish him off by freezing him to death and or freezing him, and then Byakuya destroys his head. And my thought process there was like, his power is the miracle, or no, wait, no, actually comes back from that too, and Yhwach absorbs his power, I think. But I just remember having the thought of like, if he's the miracle, then if it is it really a miracle if it keeps happening, right? Like the limit of his power being like how far can you really? I think he's defeated by Yhwach, so never mind.
Yeah, he is.
So never mind. So yeah, now I think we're getting into the final fights against Yhwach.
Let's go. The epic dope shit. Let me get to where I'm skimming past the fight here with Miracle Boy. Oh, I do want to mention another really funny moment. Renji, who is that? Are you kidding? You can't tell by his voice? That's probably Captain Hitsugai's older brother. Oh, it's nice to meet you. And then Hitsugai, oh, that's right. It's nice to meet you too. Byakuya's like, playing along. That's funny. That shit is really, really funny. It's so great too, because it's right before the introduction. Ichigo and Orihime fucking coming up to Yhwach with like the epic, it seems you are not exactly vulnerable, like, it's just cool. It's funny. This is Aura, ladies and gentlemen. Ichigo coming in hot.
But yeah, so we get the little moment with Orihime and Ichigo outside that we mentioned, God, Orihime is a little like, finally, I can finally fight to protect Ichigo, and yay, she's so happy. Good.
Yeah, good stuff. Orihime. Oh, I do want to mention too. They did something that they won't do with One Piece. Have you noticed? At some point, they stopped translating Ichigo referring to Orihime as Orihime. They started translating it like it's supposed to be, him calling her Inoue.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
However, I don't know at what point they did this, because I know for a fact he used to just call her Orihime.
Right.
In the English, in the official English. But for some reason, they haven't done the same for her, because she still refers to him as Ichigo when it should be Kurosaki. Or
unless
route, it would just be
she is changing how she's referring to him, because she said Kurosaki a lot in Arrancar, but now she's saying Ichigo, so she's referring to him by his given name.
Maybe she does start referring to him.
See, I'll try to listen to that when I watch the anime, because obviously
I haven't noticed
tell,
that yet
right?
in my watch through. I'll have to go back myself and see if at some point she starts calling, because that'd be really interesting and really cool.
Because I mentioned before how at least in this case, using their given names is a sign of closeness. She's closer to Ichigo because she's saying Ichigo instead of Kurosaki, and same with Orihime. Because I think Orihime is her surname and Inoue is her given name, right? I'm not actually sure.
Yes.
Okay, because I only call her Orihime in my brain, so it's like, she's just Orihime. She has another name.
Oh wait, no, it's the reverse.
Oh, Inoue. Interesting.
Inoue is her family name.
Okay.
Orihime is her given name.
Okay, well, I'll have to keep an ear out when I watch it. So
and I do want to say here too, the quote unquote dream Yhwach has. One of the sickest things ever, like the sickest misinterpretations in fiction ever, if not the sickest misinterpretation ever. I already can see, and I probably did see back when this is coming out week to week, many comments like saying like, Kubo's a hack, what the fuck? But bro, it's only sick to me. It's just cool as fuck. That he misinterprets that as a nightmare.
Mm-hmm. When it's really just his defeat, because obviously it's like, well, why do I look normal? That can't happen.
And interestingly enough, he revels in the nightmare. He's like, nothing like a nightmare before the battle, which is interesting. I don't really necessarily. I should have thought about that more. He loves the idea of a nightmare before this battle, as if he can't see the irony of that thought process. And a nightmare before battle to lead to a nightmare, because that would be the logical conclusion of his dialogue.
Like his final nightmare before he gives everyone else their final nightmare.
Yeah. But or I guess you could flip it around and say like, no, this is the final nightmare before a world of no. Yeah, that's
his
what
dream.
This is the final nightmare before a world without nightmares. A world that will never have a nightmare again. I guess. Yeah.
But yeah, so getting into
this, I guess you could even say this ties in all the way back to his introduction when he says, "I hate conflict." When he really does view this, the reason why, that, you know, and I'm thinking more about even some conversation I've had about Bradman and like the parallels or the how Yhwach and Aizen, in terms of their presence, are very similar, but they're very, very different in their application of their villainry. Aizen was very, very playful. He let things linger a lot, whereas Yhwach is very to the point, even in his dialogue. He's like, gotta do this, I will leave you with no despair. Oh, your Bankai's broken? Hey, by the way, it's just, hey, buddy, it's broken again. I'm sorry. Hey, let's get to the point. You're gonna fucking lose. Aizen was a little bit more playful, even with Ichigo's comrades. And for Yhwach, I see this maybe as like, while he does seem like bloodthirsty and he is like nightmare fuel, to him it's like he hates this to the point where he's got to be vicious. He's got to be to the point. He's got to be straightforward because he hates this as much as the rest of them. And he definitely on the exterior seems to revel in it. But that's probably just because his eyes are only locked in his eyes are only locked in the future. And that's why he can still smile, because he sees the scenery he's going to create. He can't see the carnage he's doing now because he views that as, this is just a means to an end. I got to get through it quick. I hate this, but I'm going to shoo it away. I'm not even going to acknowledge it. And that's part of the reason why he can't look inward, because he can't acknowledge the present, the now. And as the monks say, you must live in the present to truly like be one with yourself and meditate and stuff. It kind of goes hand in hand with that. But yeah, in real time, I'm like thinking a lot more about Yhwach than I.
That kind of ties to what I was just thinking about, because I'm a little ahead as to the when Ichigo charges him and his Getsuga Tensho is stopped, and Yhwach says, "What is there to be sad about? She died. Your mother died as she was supposed to. She gave birth to you and lived for me. What more could she want? There is no greater happiness," right? Like, to him, the ends are the what matters, right? So he's
justified the means.
So he's happy because he's going to reach the the end, but or he knows the end he believes is all going towards. But also for Masaki, right? Like, well, yeah, she gave birth to Ichigo. Like, she gave her life to, or her life was taken by Yhwach, and he's going to win, right? Like, so, that's his twisted idea of happiness. Where I believe the series is more interested in Ryuken's idea of happiness, right? As he said in the flashback, right? I just that happiness stuck out to me because of how it came into play earlier.
Happiness. He can be happy. He can smile. He can laugh in this situation because he's only seeing that future happiness that that
it's all leading to.
That the means are going to cultivate, right?
Yes.
Yeah. This is the final nightmare. But he's not even living in it because he only lives in the future. He's not even living the nightmare. That's why he can revel in it. Oh, it's so cool. Yhwach is getting cooler and cooler the more I think about him. Ooh, he could just be higher than I was estimating he would be. I'm gonna think of. I'm definitely, before I do like my, top 5. I'm gonna think about him a little bit more now.
Fair enough. But yeah, I like the scene with Byakuya, Renji, and Rukia, where he's shooing them off to go to Ichigo, and Hitsugai talks about how it's like, yeah, Kurosaki's our comrade. Soul Reapers are supposed to fight and die protecting, friends and humans. And yeah, Ichigo's their friend, and it's like, yeah. I think next is, it's I guess we kind of get like both, or we get the Horn of Salvation first, and then we get Haschwalth and Uryu fight, and then the final encounter. So I
did want to mention one more thing on this scene. Yhwach says, how much time and how many miracles did it take to create you? This line seems very layered with meanings, because you could say this touches on a bunch of different things at once, like the origin of his birth, how many things had to fall in place for Ichigo to be where he's at, and perhaps that not just Aizen, but Yhwach himself had intended Ichigo to be his final opponent all along. Yeah, that's cool. A very, very layered. I love how layered that quote is. Loaded, I should say.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, moving on. That's all.
I guess also I thought Hoshwalt's quote in this chapter was interesting. What was it? Balance is pieces of right and wrong, stacked. Or hold on, there it is. We sort out what is right and wrong for ourselves. The sorted pieces of right and wrong piled on top of one another give us form. And that is who we are. So sort of balancing that right and wrong, and hold on, I made another connection there. So all life is walked on balance. I guess I just connected that to Ruki and Renji, because they're sort of like, they've made their mistakes in their past, and now they're, they've grown in inverse ways. And I don't know. I just reading an old note I had. So that's all it was, though.
Okay, I got a lot to say.
Go ahead.
on the Hashwalt and Uryu stuff. But before that, I do want to let you guys in on a funny note I had about the scene right before this with Renji, Byakuya, and Rukia.
Oh, go ahead.
I wrote, I think the real reason Byakuya has Rukia and Renji go to Ichigo is because he knows that they want to be fighting with him above all. I immediately followed up with, bruh, I typed this before the dialogue right after. Which it literally explicitly spells it out. That it was exactly what I wrote. And then I wrote it below that too. I was like, at least I called it.
Nice.
It's funny. It's just funny. Okay. Now.
Well, we get to before we get Uryu and Hoshwalt, we do have the Horn of Salvation stuff. So.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We do? Am I retarded? No, we just get this little moment.
We get a couple. Yeah, we get some more interactions with them, and then then we get the because I feel like we've already talked about, or I've already talked about a lot of this stuff with like Orihime, because Ichigo.
Oh wait, well no, I think this note is relevant here. Yeah. This note is relevant to this little thing with.
Go ahead.
It may be long, but that's how it goes with me sometimes. He says, "I do not see your form, Uryu Ishida." And what does that make you think of? Even without form, we will never stop walking. I'm going to get to that later.
Yeah.
Some of my final notes too.
Okay.
But let me talk about it here in the context here. Uryu's form is not visible because it's dispersed with his comrades who share the same heart. Despite being a Quincy, he opted to remain with that shared heart instead of being absorbed by the one black heart of Yhwach. Jugram can't understand because all he sees is that heart. The only balance he sees for the future is through Yhwach, yet he talks as if balance can be found through many paths. So, if many paths lead to balance, what distinguishes one as superior to the other? Well, Hoshwalt doesn't care. He may share a power with Yhwach, but not a heart. So even if His Majesty's path leads to imbalance, Jugram will be there blindly adhering to it all the while. He doesn't know how to help Yhwach with anything other than power. After all, he used to see himself as powerless. Back when he did share a heart with someone, that's when he was powerless. With Baz B. It's no wonder he didn't choose Uryu's path, because the heart meant he didn't have the power to change anything. Yet even Yhwach reveals that he was actively changing something with the power he just couldn't see. We fear that which we cannot see. Mm-hmm. I do not see your form. He just couldn't see it, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there. It was always there, through the heart he shared with Baz B. Had he maintained that heart, had he stayed, maybe, slowly but surely, even without Yhwach, it would have taken form in his mind. The formless, in a sense, would have taken form. That is the heart. This is so fucking cool. All this symbolism and this little, just from that I do not see your form, look at how much I got from that. It's crazy. I love Hashwell. I love this series. I love this conclusion. And I will say now, I'll just fucking say it. I was going to say it at the end, but I'm excited right now and I've wrapped up. This is the best section of Bleach, right? After the second invasion, as soon as they go back up to Reread, this is topped Fate Karakura for me. It's so late.
Yes, okay.
It's the shit
nice.
I love
Fuck
the
yeah.
most. Oh my God. And I have more to say on this when we get back to this fight. Oh my god, it's so cool.
Well, what you made me think of, because I think we're talking about like Uryu and Ichigo's being a reflection of Baz and Hoshwolf. Well, I just thought about how like a potential path Hoshwolf could have taken is like, because his power involves giving strength to others, right? So but he sort of had to take his fate into his own hands, so he went to Yhwach to gain power from him and at his side. But hypothetically, like if he maintained his connection with Baz and continued to give someone else power, that like, well, Baz could have been stronger, right? Like but he he didn't see that as an option for himself, and he took his own path. But I was just thinking about like, that's something he could have, like, because it ties in like with Ichigo. His whole arc was being like taking basically keeping the burden on himself of being the strongest, right? And Hoshwolf sort of like he had to become stronger, right? But like he ended up cutting himself off from Baz for that. Where Ichigo sort of like had the sort of inverse, I guess, where he had to accept that other, even though he's the strongest, it's like, well, he has to trust his other friends to protect themselves too, right? So I don't know, just adding to the connections.
That's cool. Fuck.
So yeah, getting to the Horn of Salvation stuff is like, I already, because like Ichigo kind of like at the little exchange where she recognized that like, oh yeah, you didn't lose yourself, you had something in mind, right? And just like, Orihime doing protecting Ichigo, and Ichigo letting himself be protected by Orihime is just very nice resolution to their whole dynamic. Which I also read as like, because going back to the vengeance thing is because like, Ichigo, like, she said that he didn't lose himself, but like, there was just like, through the, bonds and connecting with people and willing, not just being protected or not just protecting others, but being protected by them, he didn't fall to that vengeance at all.
That's really cool shit.
Because going into his Arrancar, he's tapping into like his anger and his grief, right? Like that's what his lust for battle. But Orihime is there to hold him back. Also, at the start of volume 74, it mentions how Bleach has been going for 15 years, and that's about the most fitting number, right? It even drew a 15, which
Ichigo.
Is Ichigo, exactly. So I realized, nice. I was like,
that's so epic.
Yes.
Kudos to Kubo, man. He deserves that level of perfection, perfect timing. So I do, because you mentioned Horde of Salvation, so I'll go ahead and go down here and read this note. It's ironic that Ichigo represents the Horn of Salvation, which is a Christian symbol. I at least do know that. When faced with Yhwach, that's really ironic. So like Ichigo is the true savior of even Yhwach's people, which is very true, because the new Soul Society Ichigo's journey has helped create would surely cooperate with the Quincy's now. I mean, they already kind of are with Uryu, right? Yeah.
I'm very curious. Yeah. So I spoiled myself a little because I opened up Camp for Your Own World, and at the start it shows all the characters, and there's some Quincy's there. One of them is going to be, this goes into the notes I have. Oh, you're going to love this shit. You're going to love this shit because I'm definitely calling it. I would bet money on this. Okay. This is going to be cool. Well, I'm not going to, I might not tell you.
Obviously don't say anything. Don't say anything. But
I'm just looking at the characters right now, so I want to see who you'll mention.
Yeah. That's so cool because that goes into the note I have a little bit later here. So I wrote here, the speech Yhwach gives to Ichigo comes from experience. If you die, the Soul Society is finished. All the weaker ones count on you to stand and fight, is what he tells them. This is the very beacon Yhwach was for the Quincy's. I really think that word is like very personal, or those words rather are very personal to Yhwach. They do parallel a lot in that respects. And when I read that, I was like, I think there's a lot of Yhwach in those words himself. Like that comes from experience, because you could put that in the context of Yhwach describing his role as the leader of all Quincy's, and it would fit perfectly with in replacement to him talking about Ichigo and what he represents. So it's cool. It's cool. Has everything in Bleach's, of course. And also, how did it take me until the very end of the series with with getting the visual of Ichigo mixing Getsuga Tensho with the Grand Raicero.
Yeah.
That Getsuga Tensho slashes are in the shape of a crescent moon.
Mm-hmm.
How did it take me until now to see that? Like, bruh.
Yeah, no,
Bruh.
it's yeah.
Black Moon Rising. There it is.
Also, another exchange I like from this fight is when because Yorubaha talks about, like, explains his powers basically, where he can see all possibilities as grains of sand, and he can, you're just jumping from grain of sand to grain to sand, and I can see everything. He mentions, like, don't lose hope. There's nothing more painful than killing a child to despair. And Ichigo's line is like, I've overcome it time and time again. Bankai. It's like, fuck, it's so cool. Ichigo's so good.
Literally, the next chapter, it's like, oh.
Oh, I love the two spreads of just when he does the Bankai and just his blade is broken in the second one. It's so good.
It's the ultimate representation of fate. We see it time and time again.
Yeah.
First with Byakuya breaking Ichigo's sword, even in Byakuya's own fight against Tsukishima, which I touch on all of that symbolism when we talk about Fullbring with him doing it to Byakuya. We see it. There are other times too. Even in the beginning of Thousand Year Blood War with Fate, Ichigo not knowing the full extent of the fate given to him with Yhwach, represented by his broken blade that not even Yhwach does himself. It's Hashwal, So yeah, this motif of fate, of fate's impenetrable layers that it just seem insurmountable, represented through the visualization of the broken blade. That this motif in Bleach is so cathartic. It's so cool.
Yeah, and also just an observation about more, because I'm caught up to a bunch of series in current Jump, and a lot of them move very quickly. And I just remember feeling that, like, because not that they don't have double page spreads or anything, but I definitely feel like having two spreads like this repeated is nearly right, like with a major difference. Because I think Shaman King also had some stuff like that, but it just feels like very uncommon nowadays. I don't know. So just an observation of, like, Bleach as sort of a product of a time that I don't know, that we can go back to, and because I guess another example of a spread like pages like this, there's a manga by Clamp called RG Veda. It's a fantasy manga. Clamp being the ones who I mentioned them before because they did Tokyo Babylon, which has a character who I liken to Aizen in some ways. But in RG Beta, they had, like, basically a mountain changing shape for 6 straight pages, 3 2-page spreads. And I just remember it feeling really striking to me because it's like they show the weight of this through just, like, repeating multiple 2-page spreads in a row, right? Where like when was the last time One Piece had a full 2 actually it was very recently, but before the like a full 2-page spread that wasn't cut up with any other panels. Like it's so infrequently in, like, One Piece nowadays when it didn't used to be, right? So I don't know, just something about how manga have changed a bit, and Bleach having this repeating 2-page spread, just I don't know, it's rare to me, it feels like. So it's really neat to see it again, reading the manga again. Yeah.
See, I'm not.
Yeah, it's
I'm
good.
a fraud. I don't read too many manga and stuff. So yeah, I'm a media fraud. I haven't consumed enough. Busy guy. What can I say?
It's all good. You pay a lot of attention to the ones you do consume, so that's valuable in itself.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will say too, we get a little cut back to the fight here. Again, just not too brief, but it is a brief, kind of brief. I did write one thing on this section. So Hashwal, it's because it's directly connected to my earlier notes. Hashwal says, "I take it back. I can see your form. You are very much like those unbelievably foolish humans." And I really thought about that, and I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." Because he sees them as foolish because they lack power, just like he once thought himself to lack power, right? And he was and when he lacked power, he was foolish because he was gifting power. He was getting manipulated by his relative. He allowed himself to believe he was powerless and he couldn't do anything. But then someone came and gave him power, and all of a sudden he had purpose. And with purpose, what does purpose do? It gives us direction. It gives us mobility. We finally move. We need a purpose to actually move forward. So that makes his ideology on humans makes perfect sense, and it's totally informed by his own experience. Because what was he if not just a normal human? Given that he never knew he had powers, and he always felt bad about it. He didn't really show it to Baz B, but you can tell by the end of that flashback sequence, you know, it hurt him that he couldn't match Baz B.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Stand peer to peer with him. So yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Anyway.
A little before that, I want to comment on so basically after Ichigo's blade's broken, I was just noticing Ichigo's expressions after like when Yhwach raises his sword, and you have this like page where you see Ichigo's eyes as Yhwach says, "Don't despair, Ichigo," and then like it's cut from like Ichigo screaming, and then you get the end panel. I was just thinking about how so because earlier I think maybe Oskin mentioned how Kenpachi, or maybe it was Radman, it was a while ago, but how encountering Kenpachi in Soul Society is like one of the only times we see Ichigo terrified, and I just realized like, oh, it's Kenpachi and Yhwach, because Ichigo is fucking just shaken here, like deeply with the hopelessness, and just like, of course, after the Uryu Hashwolf exchange, we get that "it's over" panel of just like Ichigo just looking just distraught and ruined. Is I don't know, just God. Just seeing, oh man, Ichigo just like his sword's ineffective. His shield is ineffective. Just good, and just fuck. Good low point, I guess.
Man, oh man, yeah. I'm looking through this again now. Yeah, and, of course, like speaking of Ichigo's Bankai, I did write one little thing. It's black and white.
Yeah.
And, this represent, yin and yang, right? Representing the balance or peace within sort of thing, right? Yeah. Simple, but effective. Very effective.
All right, so now I think
I did right here, when we get the full explanation of Almighty, it's not the power to see the future, it's the power to alter the future. And it's based on Yhwach's will, of course. And I wrote, Yhwach literally controls fate, the ultimate representation of that moon looming above that we've seen time and time again. Starting with Aizen's mood lurking over Rukia in the very first chapter, as she was assigned to Karakura Town. So, going back all the way there, man, that's cool shit. And, yeah. Oh, I do want to mention, too. I think we're there now.
Because
Yhwach, literally, it's over, and then Yhwach taking his power. So yeah, we're here now. I can
yes
say this. So Ichigo, it's really cool. It's going away. The Quincy power inside me, the hollow power that was mixed with it, it's disappearing into white. I look at that as white, as in the moon, as in fate. Fate is taking part of his mother from him again, as it did take all of her back then. And then I wrote, the black moon needs to rise again, because I just looked at that as white, disappearing into white, fate, white, the moon, and that white in this context too is not also represents his mother. White was a lingering power that she inherited from that hollow bite that infected her.
Yes.
And so I wrote, Yhwach has robbed Ichigo of his inner world, but there's only one thing that can restore it. Something Renji provides, the heart, right? Immediately after. If his inner world is gone, he just needs to look toward the shared world he has on the exterior, the heart. So yeah, it's kind of... Isaku.
See, I thought of, when I thought of white, I was just thinking, the title of the manga, Bleach, right? But no, I like the moon, because the moon is white, and it's also such an important symbol in Bleach that makes a lot of sense. So, yeah. But anyway, now we're getting into Uryu versus Hashwolf, I believe. Nope, never mind. It's just this fight. Uryu versus Hashwolf is so broken up, I think.
It is.
Yeah, because we get like a scene of it, and then we go to other stuff. But we do get this other scene of oh no, actually, this is the end of the fight. Never mind. Hashwolf is on the ground. Yeah, never mind. Now we can pull it. Yeah. So
do you want to go first?
One thing I was just thinking about how, like, because Uryu was talking about how his friends and like all of his friends are idiots, and like, oh, if I appear to be this, I just thought about how he kind of has always been a counterbalance to his idiot friends, right? But he's also more like them than or as Hoshwald like notes him being an idiot, like his idiot friends, right? And he's not alone, so of course he's happy, right? So because he has that heart, he has those bonds with his friends, and very nice.
Yeah, and I have a lot to say about this final stuff. So are we prepared?
Let's see. Another point I have is just like, Hoshwald has a balancer. He balances right and wrong. Right being Bosby. Bosby's doing the correct thing and trying to stop Yobaha. Yobaha's wrong. He's bad. He's bad for the Quincy's. He's bad for the world. So Hoshwald sort of like being in his position, he's striking a balance, but ultimately it's like, well, that's not really what he wants. It's not the best thing, right? He's doing what he thinks is correct, but it's by being a balancer, but it's ultimately a flawed decision, right? Whereas Uryu, obviously, he also got power from Yobaha through the antithesis, but he's acting for his own sense of happiness, regardless of right and wrong, right? Regardless of trying to find a balance, or I guess how I read that is because like. Because Uryu says because we're friends, and Hoshwald has a very angry reaction, right? Like he's sort of seeing Uryu doing what he should have been doing the whole time, right? And having that regret, but you go ahead for a little bit.
So firstly, I want to mention I love this little right before. Getting into the Hoshwald's final moments, this little part we see with Orihime, Renji, Rukia, all of them.
Yes.
Wait, is this right before?
Because we see, Hoshwald gets hit by the consecration as does Gerard, and then Rukia and Renji come into Yobaha, who I will kill you in the future during your great moment of great happiness.
But no. Okay, I'm wrong. Okay, that comes later. The Orihime scene. Okay, so my notes are correct. It's the right time. Okay, so I can dive into Hoshwald now. Nice. Kubo does basically spell out everything, but is a lot of subtext with the spelling out. So now that Hoshwald is powerless again, he sees the only thing that can give his form strength in his state. But he discarded it long ago. Seemingly. I'll get to that later. Jugram is essentially a tragic character, someone who was given everything by a man, with an end that would only amount to being robbed of everything by the same man. Yuhabaha's darkness veiled the heart shared between Jugram and Baz-B. It robbed them of that too. But just like Ulquiorra, at his end, Hoshwald finds the heart again. Even after being robbed of everything, Hoshwald dies with the weight of that heart literally in his hand. The exact same symbolism we see with Ulquiorra, and I do give that. I did have a tweet that where I showed that symbolism through picture, but
I did really like the palm of his hand. Oh fuck, it's the B. It's really good.
I also say though, since Hoshwald actually always held the heart in his hand. It was just shrouded by his closed grip. But neither, of course, if it is, neither he nor Baz-B could ever see it, obviously. But since it's always been there, Hoshwald probably couldn't finish off Baz-B when it counted. He couldn't completely sever that heart. That's why he has no regrets at the end. And his finally open palm at his end shows why. He could never truly let it go.
Oh.
And this is why I say in this final note, Baz-B will be alive. I bet money on this. I literally say in all caps. Because I think that's where the no regrets come from, and him holding the weight of that heart in his hand. It's just, again, what do you do with the sword? What do you do with the sword hilt? That Baz-B symbol was on the sword hilt. You close your hand around it. He had a closed grip. He couldn't see it. But in his end, only now that clarity that death brings, which, by the way, I'm also going to be getting. It's so layered. I don't know if it's all, of course, it doesn't matter if it's all intentional. I've said that before, but this ties into a lot of the analysis I'm going to have at the end here too, and that what fear fear amalgamates with death. They're synonymous. But when you're faced with it and you walk with the step of courage, that formless step, you can see more than you ever have before. And what Hashwalth says here, he understands, oh, despite me making wrong decision after wrong decision that strayed me further and further away from the heart, I have no regrets. Because he probably understood his hesitation. Again, I'm filling in blanks here, of course.
Yeah.
I might be way wrong on this, but I see that as him having no regrets because now he understands. He's contextualizing why he didn't finish off Baz B. It's because he was always holding that heart in his hand. He just shrouded it by his closed grip, by his grip of strength. Him wanting to hold on to that strength because it gave him some semblance of purpose. When the purpose is all he needed to do was open that hand, and he'd see the heart again, right?
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. It's fucking so cool. And then I got a lot more to say where that came from too about other characters that tie into this. Okay, so Radman had an interesting comment whenever I likened this stuff to the heart with Ulquiorra. Very similar, this thing in the palm of my hand. When Hashwalth, that's what the heart is. Ulquiorra says, this thing in the palm of my hand. What he's reaching out to. What do we see? The final panel of Hashwalth, it's the palm of his hand and the heart in the palm of his hand. The Baz B symbol on his sword hilt, right? Radman replied to me on that tweet, and he said something really interesting, and I'd like to piggyback off of it. He says, this is really cool. He didn't elaborate, but I have my own interpretation by what he said. He said, this is cool because Byakuya, Ulquiorra, and Tsukishima are all, or Byakuya, Ulquiorra, Tsukishima, and Hashwalth are all kind of the dragons of their respective arcs. Mm-hmm. And I'd like to think he means they fly in the sky with the moon, following the path of fate. They were all once cursed by their fate, so they decide to take fate into their own hands, walking with it, using it, but never attempting to strike down that insurmountable force, all until they can no longer fly, and that moon's gravity forces them to plummet back down to the ground, lower than they'd be had they at least tried to resist it, like the tigers of the world. And like Byakuya did when he fought him, Tsukishima too gets to try his hand at helping defeat fate. This is all really cool because the tigers of the world is what I'm going to talk about next.
Okay.
Because this reminds me of all the three bombastic characters that spend their respective arcs howling at the moon. Renji, Grimmjow, and Baz B. And going by the trajectory of all of them, they all bear their fangs at the moon too little too late and fall because of it. But so far, both Renji and Grimmjow survived and had their come-up arc.
Okay.
And following this trend, I'm expecting to see the same for Baz B, to be alive and on his come-up arc and can't fear your own world with a new goal set in his sights. Because again, while the people that reach for the moon plummet way farther than they had before, the people that, were barking at the moon eventually do get their steady rise. Byakuya is an exception on the dragon motif, but you get what I mean. The dragon looming just in the moon. But that's what I got from it. Literally all he said was they're the dragons, their respective arc, and I thought about that a little bit. And I was like, oh, dragon, they fly, they're right under the moon, they're with the moon, but they're not quite. Yeah, I don't know.
And I've talked about the tiger dragon symbolism before. No, that's interesting. Very curious to see if that comes to fruition, for sure.
And then since we're already on, fucking goated Fullbringers coming back, helping save the day. Tsukishima, man.
Yes.
The man's ability that once created Ichigo's worst despair since his mother's death now is this salvation that gets him out of what would be his ultimate despair. I fucking love Bleach. Holy shit, is that cool? If that's not cool, what is? If that's not fucking cool, what is?
I mean,
if that is not peak fiction, what is?
Well, so some other good things that are so Yhwach, as someone who can see and change the future as the Almighty, he's like a god figure. Tsukishima is using a Fullbring power, which is something humans use, right? So you have the powers of God being subverted by the powers of a human. Also, Tsukishima, before when he used his power, he wanted to be a hero, right? But now he's letting Ichigo be in the spotlight. He's using his power to support, right? To do, he's not so yeah, I just thought that was interesting as far as like both the contrast between Yobaha and Tsukishima, and also sort of a resolution of his character arc where he's not so obsessed about being the guy, right? Like he's like, no, it's fine to be a supporter. Yeah, right. So yeah. It's I don't know. There's a lot going on here for something so like that's basically just a returning character come to do a quote unquote Deus Ex Machina. I mean, but even then, it's like we already knew like Ganju already fucking got the Fullbringers, and like literally Yuaba's power and Tsukishima's powers are just the opposite, right? So it makes sense that Tsukishima's power would counter Yuabaha. It's just like the natural result of the mechanics, and honestly, in my eyes. So yeah, it's really good. Anyway,
oh my god.
Yes.
If you want, like, bro, when I tell you, okay, I'm gonna give you guys a picture. I don't think I'll ever forget this. This isn't a reread. This just shows you how much I forgot. I was on my bed, okay, and last night I was reading these final chapters to record today, and I got to this moment. Your sword was never broken. Now does that make us even? Yeah, Ichigo says. I got up and I was like, I need to take a shower. I was like, I need to be pure for these final chapters because I'm more hyped than I've been for a piece of fiction. And so I was literally like, I turned on the shower. I fucking ripped my clothes off. I'm gonna be real, guys. I was like, I was saying to myself, like, how can fiction peak so hard? How can fiction peak so? Oh my god! I literally, like, audibly, I was doing that. I was like, I went full schizo mode after turning on my shower after seeing this scene. It hyped me up that much. I so wish I was live streaming because oh my god, I don't think I've been that hype in so long. And this is a fucking reread. I have not been that hype in so long. I was like jumping on the ceiling.
Yeah, I don't know, just like having that click moment of just like, yeah, like, I mean, not that you weren't already having like multiple click moments, but just that like, yeah, it's so fucking good.
Yeah. Like this, by the way, and I'll say this too, this is the moment where I was like, it's conclusive. This is my favorite stretch of Bleach. It just is. This is that. This is
well. I was just thinking about how like when we started this podcast, when I you mentioned how when I proposed the idea, you're like, oh, it's cool to be talking more with crafts, but also like, do we really have to be talking about Bleach though? Like you're kind of not into it, and then you started once we read. Yeah. Then we did like first reading. You're like, okay. And now you're like, peak. Like, did I fucking did I make a good decision or what?
AJ, bro, it's so crazy too.
AJ it's already on his like. Didn't he just put his like top like anime manga, like did a big collage. Bleach is already fucking on there. He's not even done with Soul Society, and Bleach is already on there. Holy fuck.
Me and Radman, by the way, had a conversation about this. He thinks that Naruto is going to stay above like Bleach in the big three, and then like what he would rank him. I don't know where I don't know where One Piece is compared to Naruto, but he was saying it's no way it's going to eclipse Naruto. I think the opposite.
I think Bleach is an AJ series. Like, if he's the kind of person who just hyperfixates on a character, like he mentions that it's him with Crollo, right? Where he just thinks a lot about the character and has pulled all the. I really need to watch his videos because like Crollo's good, but I never really liked him. But like the fact that like Bleach is so good. If you want to hyperfixate on a character and pull infinite things out of them, Bleach is just that. It's right. It's like so it just feels like it's such an AJ series in that way. So it's like there's no way he doesn't like it more after Soul Society. So yeah. Speaking of Soul Society, Aizen says welcome. We talked about that scene already.
Soul Society.
He's so good.
What is up?
But yeah, anyway. So yeah, we get the Uryu gets the arrow. I'll talk about it later, and then we get Renji giving like you said, the heart to Ichigo with him. You close the distance between me and Rukia. Like you're the one who this is which also even factors into Aizen's words. Like this is if this is Aizen's Soul Society, then this is Ichigo's Renji, right? Like Renji's like become this person because of Ichigo, and they're bros, and it's cool.
Ichigo gave him strength in Soul Society. Now he's returning the favor. It's so fucking cool, man. So fucking cool. Let's see here. What do I have to say about some of this sturf? I guess not a lot, apparently. I don't have too many notes. If you want to start off.
I mean, I love Aizen. Because I think, because we get Aizen using his fucking illusions. Like, yes, he can trick even God. Like with his Kyoka Sugetsu. And they get a hit. Ichigo cuts down Yobaha. And he's like just Aizen just being Aizen, where it's like, oh, so I look like Ichigo to you. Interesting. I did, just God. Yeah. And I love the exchange after that, where he's he praises Ichigo. Oh, good job reacting to my Kyoka Suigetsu, and Ichigo's like, yeah, I understood you. I just felt like this is like something like finally the person who understands Aizen, and also Aizen overcoming his fear of loneliness because because he's not alone anymore.
It's fucking crazy.
My God. And I did. God.
Like the combo, like the Aizen mindfuckery, like that was Renji. Like, nope, that was me, bitch. It's so fucking cool, man.
I didn't even notice that, actually. Hold on, that's really good. Yeah, because it looked like he cut off Renchi and took off his arm, but no, that was actually that
was all always yes, it was all Aizen.
Because right after that we see Aizen fighting, and he has his or no, actually maybe his or no, never mind. Anyway, it's a good exchange, and God, and then we get the fucking silver fucking arrow, which is So I mean, I've kind of already talked about this, but it's like, so as far as like just the series foreshadowing, I guess it's like I mentioned Silver coming up when Uryu is regaining his powers after Soul Society. So there's a connection between Silver and the Quincy's abilities. We also, from that same exchange, his Ryuken shot Uryu in a specific spot to affect his powers. So here we have a silver arrow hitting a specific spot to affect a Quincy's powers. So it's like that. I didn't. Yeah, that whole scene kind of just foreshadows this moment.
And it's the reverse, right?
Yeah,
one
exactly.
Was to get it moving again, moving forward and active. This one is to get it to stop and for its power to cease.
And of course, the symbolism there of just like it's the silver harvested from Uryu's mother by his dad, which is also like because Uryu had he didn't want to become a doctor, because of he couldn't imagine his dad saw his was treating his mother like an object and ripping apart his body, and as a kid that traumatized him a little bit, and he was like, I don't want to lose the heart by when a loved one dies. But
when in reality Ryuken was
well, because like Uryu's whole arc has been like not understanding his dad at all, and then coming to realize like no, he's always been a good person trying to do the right thing. Maybe exactly. Not always in the right perfect way, but that's what he's always been doing. And so the arrow it's him overcoming the death of his mother and his dad's reaction to it, basically. And so he's wielding something derived from his mother, just like Ichigo fights with his hollow powers and his Quincy powers, right? Like derived from his mother, right? So so that goes back to what I was referring to with Tatania's comment about how it's like if you can make it meaningful, it goes a long way with me. Because I'm pretty sure it's
very much same with me.
This is very much like
I got more to say on the silver arrow too.
Oh please, because it's been considered a meme, as like Deus Ex Machina arrow, but it's like
people, you guys, this is peak fiction. How do you not see it? This is Atlas here with Aang in the spirit bending. Okay, so the heart, literal heart, right? Is silver manifested from the heart. You already touched on, because I was going to touch all on the Ryuken. While he literally carves out the heart, it's an adherence to that metaphysical heart, right? In actuality, when Uryu thought it was the opposite. So we touched on that a lot. I don't got to go into detail on that. You basically said everything I was going to say. But there's also in reference to Yhwach, because what have I been saying the entire time? Yhwach doesn't see the heart. He can't peer inward. He can see everything, but he can't see inside himself or the people that are supposed to be one with him. He doesn't understand the heart. He only took everything from them.
Mm-hmm.
Here is that one of those just one meager hearts that he saw as inconsequential. You know, it is being used to stall his almighty power, this inconsequential heart, in adherence to the heart, to Uryu's heart that he shared, the bonds that he shares with his mother, with his father, even now that he sees that he's got that clarity with him, and to protect the ultimate heart, his comrades, right?
Mm-hmm.
That power, that quintessential power that Yhwach was always, no matter how much he could see, he was always consistently blind to, in a thematic sense, is now here to show him how blind he's always been, despite essentially being able to see everything.
Yes.
And that's ultimately what defeats him. And the sugar on top is there's one more heart that's shared that comes out to finish the job for good. Motherfucker Zangetsu! Let's go!
Yes.
Oh man.
Fucking old man Zangetsu's back. Oh my god. I think that just explained what, like, because I've been trying to like grapple with this for a while because I've heard so many different readings. But like, yeah, no, that's his classic Zangetsu, old man Zangetsu, basically. Like his Quincy powers, his blade made of reishi, right? So, like that's fucking old man Zangetsu rejecting Yhwach. Oh my god, that's
exactly
okay. Yeah, of course. How did I not see that before?
Oh, you haven't. Wait, you haven't seen. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I've heard. Thank you.
I legit do not mean to demean you in any way. I thought you'd known that.
I mean, I've just heard so many different interpretations, and none of them really like set well with me. Like one of them is that like, he uses his right hand to block the sword, and the right hand is stillness, so it makes Ichigo revert, I guess. But that
I don't know if you want to go back to last episode, Krabs. I actually mentioned this very phenomenon last episode because I mean I talked a lot about Yhwach last episode, and I was already. This is probably why I haven't talked. I still talked a lot about him, and literally my final notes go all into detail about him and his final plan that he reveals, but. I did a lot of Yhwach analysis, and I talk about the Zangetsu rejecting him, and I go further in detail about that last episode.
No, I did. I just didn't tie that to the sword in this spread. So,
interesting.
Yeah, for some reason.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I was going to mention also because so they specifically mentioned that the silver that appears from the consecration is known as the silver of stillness. Again, stillness and lack of change. So what I realized about that is that Yhwach has he himself has remained stagnant. He is the same person as he was 1,000 years ago. He just has a slightly better plan and a better army, I guess, right?
And more power.
And more right. Yeah. So, but as his ideals, his person, like he remains unchanged. So. Like
he can still see just as much as he did before. He can't see like I said, he can't see inward. He can't see anyone's hearts. He can't see,
And so the right, and just the way that the stillness, like an arrow of stillness reverts his powers, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and even when he did see his true end, he couldn't relate it because it was a union of that inner heart, of like the heart he shares, of Ichigo shares with the Zangetsu, right? Like, oh man, that's so fucking cool. Oh man, this is shonen.
Yes,
this is shonen.
It's just great fucking storytelling, like phenomenal. It's insane. Like how many?
Yeah, I have a pretty long note here too to this final stuff. But we'll get to that when we get to that, because we actually flash back to it in the final chapter after we are here 10 years later.
Yeah.
Unless you had any more comments on this.
I don't have any more to say.
Yeah, guys, Silver Arrow's peak, Zangetsu coming back is peak. Don't let anyone. Well, I mean, if you believe that, then
I mean, we'll have comments. Maybe someone will voice some things, and preferably in a constructive way that we can actually respond to. Because But anyway,
fiction, guys.
Back in Soul Society 10 years later, we just see like Nemu is big and she's good and cute.
So cute. She's so cute. This is actually the cutest character in fiction.
Kenpachi is being silly, where he's just getting lost all the time, and because he's like, I don't
Yeah, sure, got me lost. Come on now.
Hisagi is like, I've mastered Bankai. We'll see it in Camp for Your Own World. It's okay, Hisagi.
No one believes him. It's so funny. Yeah.
And then, of course, Rukia's captain, and she's blushing. Let's fucking go.
She's so cute. She's so cute.
Oh, yes, very good.
Oh, okay, this panel with Rukia, too, I did get spoiled by our resident Radman. There's something really cool about this that I'm not going to tell you. And I can't wait for you to read it in Camp for Your Own World.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure it's at the very beginning, too. So...
Okay. We'll be getting to that for sure.
There's added context to this scene.
Okay.
And it's like really, really really cool.
Anyway, on to the final chapter. So we get one chapter for the Soul Society and then one chapter for the human world. Everyone's freaking out about Yhwach.
And then the formless step. Oh man, at the end here.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone, freaking out about Yhwach. Yeah, but what matters is the formless step, because I'm gonna get to that. Oh, and then the color spread at the end here, the final shebang. Like, I love how Uryu is like facing away, which mirrors his presence in the final chapter,
mm-hmm.
where while he might not be there, he is there. He is there. It's cool. I love it. I love how Kubo represented that even in the color page at the end here. So.
Mm-hmm. Tatsuki has short hair again. That's what's important, though.
Oh, thank God! Praise. Oh yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Oh my God! Oh, and this is what I was talking. I don't know if I mentioned this in the podcast. Karen got.
Oh my God!
One sexy lass. Let me tell you. Okay, I would marry Karen in a heartbeat if I was in the Bleach.
Let's become Ichigo's brother-in-law.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's really cool seeing all the friends, and they're all just chilling. Ruki and Renchi just like, yeah, we're going to go hang out in the world of the living. And as you talked about, like, Chad being glamour, he's now a famous boxer, and he's entered a life of glamorousness after a youth of having to do unglamorous things. And of course, Uryu. I don't know how. I remember. I think Asuka mentioned how he's a pediatrician. I didn't see that in this chapter, but it's still. I mean, just the fact that he's a doctor is more. World. Yeah, because just the fact that he's a doctor is still meaningful, majorly, right? Yes. So
Yeah, because in the beginning he didn't want to be a doctor. Yeah.
Exactly.
Which also shows us that he probably patched up his relationship with
his dad,
Ryukin, to an extent. Yeah, if he's accepting it now. Yeah.
He's probably working at the same hospital, right? So
that probably, mm-hmm. They probably see each other. Damn. But anyway, unless he's retired now, I don't know.
Maybe. But anyway, then we get Yhwach. It starts, and Kazui just fucking defeats the final boss in Bleach.
So base. I'm gonna begin. Oh God. My final note on this is bringing. I hope that my final little say on this brings a tear to your eyes, guys. I hope it does. But before that. I just want to call it the obvious shit that we see here. Aizen being the final messenger of the series,
mm-hmm.
so based.
Yes.
Now life has to continue to live in constant fear. Yhwach says. Aizen says, no, Yhwach, you do not understand. There's something called courage, motherfucker. You idiot. And then we see cute little Ichika.
They're so cute. And then just when Kazui's just like, I'm a Soul Reaper too. And he just, like, he doesn't even seem to have a thing like Ichigo's badge. He's just like, yeah, I'm a Soul Reaper now. And, presumably, like, is that an actual Zanpakuto or is that Ichigo's Reishi sword, right? Like, yeah.
True. It does have the cross guard.
Yes, the same, yes. So it looks like, the same manji as Ichigo's former original Bankai.
And the stories of Brave, the end, Peak.
Yes.
And I will be now talking a little bit more about Peak, not too much more. This is my final say on the series, guys. Listen with idle ears. Yhwach yearns to transcend death by transforming it, neither working for it or against it. But the only way to truly transcend death is to walk toward it, despite the fear that it brings. Despite it taking more of your form with each step, you must continue walking. And only when you reach it will you arrive at the answer. Will you discover who and what you truly are. It's not all bad, because the path to enlightenment is that march toward death, accepting its inevitability and having the strength to appreciate each step closer to it despite that. Also that when it does eventually take all of you, even without that physical form, you're still there, in the hearts of those who remain with form. Yhwach took all the forms of his Quincy sons and daughters and their hearts with him. So of course, he can't see the balance of death, and that it also heightens life. His superior form even covers his eyes, symbolically representing how blind he is to a path that discards the meaning of existence that can connect every life form. Ironic, because he's a man who can see all futures. But he can never see the totality of the past, present, and future, and that it's all culminating into inheritance. The courage it gives those who leave their hearts behind, and the power it gives to the inheritors when they're gone. That is what defeats Yhwach in the end. Not necessarily Ichigo, but his little inheritor.
Yeah, well, the way you said... Go. Sorry, finish.
Bleach.
Yeah.
No, that is Bleach, yeah.
So
that's the story of Brave.
Well, I really like the way you frame it as like past, present, and future, because that also ties into the meanings of the family names, right? Like Ishin, I believe, refers to like the heart. Yeah. Ichigo refers to like to protect, and Kazui is courage, right? So it's like Yhwach can only see the future, but like if you look at Ichigo's family, like they embody those traits, right? Another meaning I got out of it is, so Yhwach, like ultimately, so he wanted to remove life and death, right? He wanted to merge everything together. And because if you create a world where no one can die, I presume that also means like new life cannot be created, right? So yes, Kazui is a being that would not exist. Even if Ichigo went to Yhwach's world, Kazui could not appear there, right? So he represents something that, because like you mentioned, the inheritance aspect. Of course, he's also, because earlier Yhwach mentioned how it's like at the moment of your, like his mercy to them was going to be like, yeah, just live your lives. And at your moment of supreme happiness, I will kill you, right? I will snuff you out. Because his reasoning was like, he'll let them experience the greatest moment of their lives and then he will kill them, right? So, but instead of like that being his mercy, that sort of became his curse as like, oh, Ichigo, his friends are here. His family is here. This is Ichigo at his happiest, right? And so Yhwach came to, but then that happiness snuffed him out, right? So, snuffed Yhwach out and just completely eliminated him. It's just like, it's so fucking it's so good. It's so good.
Speaking of family, I know we're going back a little bit here, but I just remember, because we've been doing this a lot during the course of the podcast, especially me, paralleling, like for instance, Ryukin being the one who gives back Uryu's powers, where Ishin would later lead his son to losing his powers, and all these parallels that are playing off of them. Well, in the in this final arc, this also parallels Arrancar in that Ishin is the one that comes in to save the day, to give Ichigo, before obviously he discards it, to give Ichigo this new cool thing and teach him this new cool thing that inevitably defeats the big boss. Here now it's Ryukin who gives Uryu the quintessential thing that's going to be what enables them to defeat the big boss. So it's cool. Ishin and Ryukin continue to be goated in the end too, and I know that kind of ruined my final say, my final notes, but it's just something I thought of. It's cool parallels, keep bouncing. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff in the end here. Yeah.
What a good
I cannot
fucking
wait
manga
to get that Can't Fear Your Own World brand new material.
Oh my god! And then when the
here's the thing: we were just talking about at the beginning of the podcast, how this is like my favorite manga experience, and that, but like in totality, like as a series, when it comes to the big three, to me it's still One Piece, then Naruto, then Bleach. I wonder if like the supplementary material and maybe even just Can't Fear Your Own World, will that stir some shit up? Maybe I don't know. I doubt it. Even with all the hype surrounding Can't Fear Your Own World, from what I've heard about it. But I'm not going to throw away that possibility.
Well, and then there's also just the fact that none of these stories are technically over, right? Like One Piece is obviously unfinished. Boruto is still going. Bleach, we still have Burn the Witch and the Hell arc to be continued. Which, by the way, I realized it during the discussion because there's the conflict of 200 years ago of Quincy's like taking over everything except Soul Society. Apparently, Soul Society West never comes up in the manga until Burn the Witch. Which yeah, so that yeah. So and even just like the castle implied a sort of European aesthetic. When in the Jugram Basby flashback, so I'm wondering is like, oh, is there a history they have with how does Soul Society West factor into this whole cosmology of Bleach, right? Like that's a very interesting angle to potentially tackle through Burn the Witch and its continuation, and of course the Hell arc has Soul Society East to do in its shit, so it's just like there's so much we could be getting notably more Bleach in the future. I think given because I want to watch Burn the Witch because it's from the outside it seems like a neat adaptation visually, and just the fact that 1,000-Year Blood War is getting a treatment it does. I'd be very curious it'd be really interesting to see if Bleach primarily continues in anime form rather than manga form, which for me at least Boruto's the same way, because I like the Boruto manga, but the anime just does so much more that I really like.
And right now, Tuba Vortex is I have some qualms with it, and it might just be because of the presentation, the manga, because I really don't care for Ikemo's presentation. So. I like a rocky relationship, but I still love a lot about it. So there's that too.
No, from what I've heard is that you've gotten quite a bit out of the Boruto manga, but obviously,
a lot more than most people for sure.
No, when I did the first Nen show on the Boruto manga, someone commented where it's like, this is the most positive discussion about Boruto I've ever heard, and I felt that, and we were just like, yeah, this is pretty good. And I felt sad because it's because I think Boruto, both anime and manga, are more than just good, but so
it's ironic that I'm saying this too, because literally in my privated, my last Naruto video I made that's privated now. Literally, my final observation is bouncing off.
Yeah.
Two Blue Vortex.
Yes. I really like your take on how the Boruto's Rasengan, and it was a really good.
I didn't know you've seen it. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, I watched that before actually reading Boruto. That Two Blue Vortex rather. So.
Okay, my bad.
But it's I didn't know. It's fine. It wasn't. It still didn't spoil. It didn't spoil me on the really interesting shit that happened. Look. Okay, we're getting way off topic. I just want to say this real quick before we wrap up the podcast. But the big twist that happens at the end of the Naruto Next Generations manga is insane, and really I just was like, oh my god, Boruto's been going for this the whole time, and I didn't realize it until just now. It was really good. Anyway, we're done with Bleach. Kind of, sort of.
And kind of, sort of, but hey, Crafts, by the way, I don't know if you recall, in the final part of last episode, you did say, well, historically, the last episode is the...
this is our longest one.
Shortest.
Yes.
And I said, no, I think this one is going to be the longest. It is. I'm looking at the time now. This is, without a doubt, the longest we've had yet.
Yes, so. I believe so.
There you go.
So basically, we're
another 4-hour banger.
Nice. So we're gonna take a little break so for one, going forward generally, we've been doing these every other week. That's because we've been reading one 74-volume manga divided into 9 parts. It's more parts than the original Nen show, which was 7 episodes for the entirety of Bleach. And we did not talk nearly as much about it because we didn't get it. Which is fine. We both enjoyed it still, but there's obviously so much more to Bleach. So I'm going to edit this episode, and I'm personally just going to take an extra a week or so, but then because I've been reading Bleach every other week. So I just want to take an extra week just for myself, basically. After that,
I'm going to do the same too. Yeah, because I do want to reflect on just the manga material too, as well, especially Yhwach.
Yeah, no, I especially now I want to get into some scripts because I have 3 Bleach videos I still want to do, and now that you've added to my the Yhwach stuff, I can be like, I really want to do that video on the Yhwach fight and explain how all these elements to hit that defeat him and all these, especially giving that justification for the Silver Arrow and the Kazui being the one to ultimately defeat Yhwach is so meaningful. Holy shit, it's so good.
Yes.
So anyway, after a little break, so basically, as I was saying, going forward, the podcast is probably not going to be as regular because we're going to be going into different kinds of media. TV series, anime, books potentially, like, you know, video games. Like, I don't want to be restricted necessarily, and that means like.
Yeah.
With a manga where we're just deliberately discussing it in like 7 to 9 volume chunks, we can be very consistent. That's part of the reason why the Nensho has been able to have stretches of being really consistent, because we know exactly how much we're reading per episode, and so it's able to be very regular. But also Bleach is a little different because we specifically went into the series to understand it, and we were both rereading it. Most of the series we go through are going to be like one of us or both of us is going to be going through the first time, and there's inherently a level of like. I'm glad that I'm, you know, astute enough to like get a lot of things out of something the first time through, but you know, obviously that's not going to be the case for everything. So generally speaking, I think after this point, a lot of our discussions are going to be shorter. So that said, after our little break, we're both going to read Camp for Your Own World Volume 1, and we'll decide from there if we're going to discuss all 3 volumes individually or if we're just going to discuss them all at once. And then, as mentioned before, we're going to do all the Burn the Witch stuff and the reread the Hell Arc one-shot, and mauled about how the fact, like, we're not going to get major new Bleach content until after Thousand Year Blood War anime is complete.
War, yeah.
So even as
which, you know, very fair.
Yes.
Very fair.
Oh no, of
and
course.
It's going to be goated.
I understand.
These final 2
yes.
cores.
Oh
I cannot wait for the additional material. Oh my god.
Yeah. No, I'm.
Because now more than ever before, Bleach is one with me. It is one. It is one of my one of the legendary stories I hold close to my heart. So
yeah,
you're there now, Bleach. You should have been there before. I'm a bastard for not having there, but you know, better late than never, as they say. So.
So anyway, thank everyone for listening to this disgustingly long podcast series of episodes that are all like averaging at like 3 to 4 hours. But yeah, thank you for listening along. Thank you for commenting, or even just, you know, not even if you didn't comment. I appreciate the listens, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. See ya and Can't Fear Your Own World. Peace out.
That's exactly what it's called. Goodbye.